Oh, there, it says get it, salary from the commission. That would be.
Well, I'm actually just trying to get this to read a review too. And then I'm just going on this one. Motion line, but right, yeah. Okay. And then put the mute button off, and that little thing plugged in, and it's blue.
So it just went on, so you should be able to see it now. You might have to refresh it because it's a little second, but yeah, it's live now.
Okay,
Are you on a computer or a phone?
you want to start? Okay, the commission will come to order. And we'll say the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first order of business is public comment. But not seeing anyone here for that, we will move on to the next item, which is the budget work session with Scott Lloyd.
Check one thing. Okay, so you want to go through my questions first? Is that what you want to do?
I think whatever questions you had, we'll try to
We'll do
answer them,
those,
and
okay.
if all of us here can answer, it's great. If it's someone who we need to call in, then we can, call somebody.
Okay.
So if you'll start, which I don't know if you're starting with this.
That document there, the actual budget document.
Okay.
Okay. On page 3, we can't really do page 3. I didn't do circle number 3, it's just the page number 3. I haven't done these yet because I always wait till we're done with the entire budget before I do the actual transfers because they may change. So I'll get that later. The next one is on page 4.
Well, I did have a question.
Okay.
Because you were asking about the capital improvement fund later on in the document.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I feel like we spent some things out of this fund this year, but, okay. Do you need that?
Yes, I would need that.
Okay.
And that's back there for the capital improvement in the middle column, because that was last year's budget. Of anything we spent, whatever we didn't spend, and what we'll do is, or we don't think we're gonna spend, we'll transfer over to the 23 column. And then the question was, I didn't show it here, it was originally in here.
How much
Do we want the same amount funded in the 23 column? So I guess that was the question.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've got a note, and we can get that for you.
And
Scott.
also,
Okay.
one of you might text Jay and just see if he can hear, and then if he has questions, I don't know if he can chat on there by typing on the little screen. There's a little chat thing that might pop up, but
You sent me a picture.
yeah, he sent us a picture. Poor guy. It'll be beneficial. Okay,
Okay, so we'll get that. That's not a big thing. I just want to make sure I'm right.
okay.
The next page, page 4, I need the amortization schedule for the new bridge bond issue.
Okay,
I don't think I have that.
okay,
Correct. And then that will fill in, because what happened is I think the 12 issue got refinanced into the 21 issue. And I want to make sure that the numbers are right before
Yeah.
we set the levy. Okay.
Because farther down in the document somewhere, I think I saw these, and it looked like it was like maybe double entered.
It's double, yes, yeah, because the 12's still on there and the 21, that's why I need the new amortizations.
Okay.
Yeah. Page 5, Ron had given me the amortization schedule for the new crawler, and that was the number that was on that for the payments for 23. So I think that one is right now.
And then is the mower payments due for 23, the mower part's empty? Is that still gonna be due the 38,150?
Oh, I think there's something, I don't know.
I thought I saw it somewhere else and it's 38,150.
Yeah, there's,
Does that sound right?
The two mowers that were purchased, they were actually purchased on.
It says 11/1 of 21
yeah,
for 115,000, and the payment due in 22 was 38,150,
yeah.
and then for 23 it's just empty.
Yeah, I think it's back here and it's not on that page, is what I think happened. Was that was in the bought out special equipment?
I'm not real sure on that.
Maybe that's what I couldn't find, if that's what, where
But
it's.
I'm pretty sure that,
Okay, I'll find
I'm
it.
pretty sure it was paid before the.
Do you know which fund? If they can tell you the fund, do you know which fund that was, Melinda?
Special equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah, special equipment, I thought, yeah. I think what happened there, under the lease purchase agreements, you're supposed to have them individually lined in the fund you pay them in the budget. And that's why it's probably not here because I didn't have it back there.
I think it's farther down in one of those other documents.
Yeah.
I just don't
James
remember.
call.
Jay's calling, okay.
Hello? Okay, all right, you're on speaker right now, Jay.
Morning,
Can you hear Heather?
good morning.
It's on speaker.
Yes, I think I forwarded those. Did you get them by email?
Well, I got one, but it's not attached to it, so I'm looking for, I thought Scott sent me one too.
Yeah, that one this morning we had an attachment.
So-
I don't want that for you, I should have my actual budget, we have one.
Yes, so he sent something last week or the week before that had the 23 budget, which is what we're going through now, and then it had the 4-year average. There were 2 attachments. Do you know if you might not remember getting that, because that might have been,
Right.
was that right around the time of his surgery? Okay. Do you have that email?
Yeah, but I can't get to my email to go my phone.
Okay, let me see if I can find it real quick and forward it.
I might be able to. Let me see.
And I think in 30 minutes I can get off. I timed it out.
Okay. All right, Scott is looking it up and he may just send it to you right now. Okay, text us back or call again.
Does she want to stay on speaker?
I'll just stay online.
Okay, okay,
Stay on for the end.
all right. I'm just gonna put the phone right here by Scott.
That's
Okay.
great.
Give me just a minute. What is that?
Jay, if you're gonna be on speakerphone, you're gonna have to mute your television.
I'm trying to beat the dogs first.
Well,
I have that.
The dogs are my big concern. I have to threaten them with their life.
okay, here's the thing.
I think I might have found it.
Because he wants this, he wants the 2023.
Yeah, okay.
I think I found it. It's 18, 19, 20, 21.
That's the comparisons, but then he actually has the 23 adopted budget that we're working on, and that's what he's trying to resend to you.
That's the one I don't have.
Okay, that's what he's working on sending to you.
It's coming out here. Okay, it should be going that way. Okay. Okay, we get those things up front. Okay, then I'm on page, are you on wait till he gets it? Lauren is in the thing.
Okay, I'll have to run upstairs.
Yeah. She texted me, she's working on it. I don't know why. I thought sure that was sent.
Okay, he has sent it, I have sent it, so you should get it.
I gotta get
Okay,
got a long way to go. I gotta go down the problem with. So,
where are you?
670, we get us a drop road, let's take a long way.
Okay.
The crows won't even fly down that road. It looks like I got them both at the same time.
All right. He's on page 6. Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
Page 6.
I have a couple questions on that.
I had several questions on this page, but
Okay.
Scott, you go first.
I don't have any questions.
Okay,
Well, the only thing I was gonna say was the school resource officer, the way the budget forms are set up, like I told you last year, that's something we're gonna have to do in the system. You know, where you do the reimbursement, you're wanting to do the reimbursement of the budget credit, I think is what you were saying.
so this is an estimate of the reimbursement on that?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, if you look at like federal flood control down through there, sometimes what the actual was in 2021 is not anywhere close to the estimate for 2022. So I was just curious,
Yeah,
like
those are.
county office fees is way different and mortgage registration and interest. So how are those?
So typically, like county officer fees is a good example, that one goes up and down. And we always try to be way below what it's gonna be, because you don't wanna overestimate the revenue and then someone spend it and not be available. But these are ones that, like, okay, so not putting more work on Ron's office, but so like last week, what happened in Marion is she takes this last budget and goes through that middle column to see if, and I could do that too, I guess, but goes to that middle column to see how accurate it is, not just on the general fund, but I think you gave me the expenditures today. Go through and see if there's any revenues. As long as they're below the number, I feel pretty good about it because I don't like to overestimate. So like interest and penalties, you never know what that number is going to be. We can change these numbers to anything you want, like.
I just didn't know why they were different. So, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we should look at where we are this year and just
Sure,
kind of compare it and then whether it's
See where you're at.
too high or
today.
too low?
Mhm. Yeah.
Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, we
Are we on 6 or 6A?
6.
6, the revenue, the receipt side.
Are you taking notes?
Yes, I'm gonna make
Okay.
those away.
Because I'm not.
Because I will not remember.
I won't remember either. Okay. The local sales tax, are we adding a line for the 0.5% jail?
The jail goes into a separate fund.
So that will not be on this page?
General fund.
Okay.
Yeah, we bring your general money.
It'll be in a different,
Yeah,
It's a totally separate fund, yeah.
and then the wage reimbursement special auto is 0 and 21 and 50 for this year. What is?
so these are, what's probably happened, we don't know the breakdowns of these yet, because the audit's not done. So if you go down to miscellaneous, 444817, down the very bottom number, it's probably in that number somewhere.
Okay, and I had that circled and said, what is that? Can we get a printout of that miscellaneous? Is that, what reimbursements is all that?
That could be anything, yeah.
Can
I mean,
we get
would be- Yeah, so you,
If we can just get a
So-
detailed report of that, and that.
There's one vote, the proposed for 23, but when I ran, the special reimbursement for 22, we've reimbursed over 100,000. So
Yeah.
106,000 this year, and I know that first 50,000 was for the last half of 21. Because that was right when I started. So I think that number that gets reimbursed is more like 100,000.
Yeah, it's usually between 100 and 150,000.
And you like to keep it under,
Well, no, the wage reimbursement is an actual reimbursement directly, so we know that number usually. It's probably in that 444 down below is what I'm guessing.
yeah.
We had to pull these numbers just right off the general ledger. They're not.
Well, if we can get a printout of that that's detailed, that just kind of shows what that is. I would appreciate it.
Just the general fund reimbursement line.
The miscellaneous lines,
Miscellaneous.
yeah.
For 21.
Okay.
And the rest of what she's talking about is the middle column. If we have, and maybe this is what I don't know what I've got right here. You just gave me.
No, that, we just ran the expense line.
That's expense
We can
side.
run the
You
revenue
design
side
the
for you.
receipt side,
Yes.
and what I can do, Lauren and I can do is go back to the middle column and look to see where your receipts are today
Just to get an idea.
and adjust the middle column to where it's more like actual.
And
We don't know what the rest of the year's gonna bring, but we'll get close.
We'll run 21 and 22.
My other question, the special auto closeout, is that the treasurer's reimbursement, 15,000?
Yeah, well, whatever's left in your fund at the end of the year, you have till June 1st to transfer to general fund. So like 21 would have been, it may not have been transferred, I don't know. But whatever was left over after you get your pay, after you pay everything else out, the balance of the special auto fund is transferred to general by statute.
Okay, so that's the special auto closeout.
And so that would be, sometimes it's $10,000, sometimes it's 40,000. It just kind of depends what the expenditures you have in the special auto. So what in a sense is doing, you're getting your, is it 15? You get for that?
It'll be 15 for the year to bring in more than that.
Right. So then you get your 15 paid, but then what this is reimbursed, in a sense, the statute set up to reimburse the county general budget for whatever's left over from the previous year.
The other question is, about 4 lines up, it says reimbursed expense. What is that? Is that other departments? Because it's in the receipt column.
It's another one of those that you just have to, when she does the receipts for 21, we'll have to just look and see what's in there. But that, I mean, literally, down at Pratt, it was $3 million in the miscellaneous. But they didn't know what it was.
They
So
got
we
us
had to-
some?
Huh?
Say that again?
Would they send us some?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They have the wind farm, it's about $1.5 million a year, and I think one of the payments, what happens, they didn't know if one of the payments got put in the
Oh,
miscellaneous.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to print out with that with the miscellaneous too, with the reimbursed expense.
And then the interest on idle fund, right, we have 5,200 and we're not.
So, yeah, I'm looking at this.
It's another one of those that we'll adjust.
2021 is actual, and the other ones are all guesses, right?
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. And the interest on idle funds is 0 and 0. That's another one we just have to change based on what it is today, because interest rates have changed some. Okay. Anything else?
No.
That's been revenue neutral, what's that changed? Our reserves over the last couple of years.
Our reserves changed.
He said with us being revenue neutral, how has that changed our reserves over the last couple of years?
I don't have the exact answer to that, but it's pretty easy to look at. I can,
I can't see where we changed number one, that's what I'm asking.
yeah, because you've cut back, in expenditures, you transferred 902,000 to capital improvement fund. We're going to, we have a printout to see how much was spent in 22. But that alone that's money that if you did need it back in general fund, that comes back. You got your federal land entitlement, looked like, I looked at, you hadn't even hardly spent anything out there.
There's quite a bit in some of those.
Yeah, you got, You've got cash, but you've cut the expenditure side quite a bit, I think. I mean, it just seems like.
Right, so we haven't lost any of our, we haven't lost any of our,
Reserves.
reserves.
Yeah, so, what I did for, 'cause I didn't know them as well, Ottawa and Pratt, I actually did a cash comparison, unencumbered cash comparison for, I think it was 6 years, just to see where they're at, so I would know, what their accounting's like. I think I don't know if I've got it for the last couple of years, but I could actually add those to it and just show you what cash is done in each of the funds before we meet the next time, if that would be helpful. Yeah, okay. Yeah, most of these questions will be taken care of when she prints the receipts today. See, what happens is like in Marion County, it's really nice. She'll actually go through this entire budget, and because somebody here knows exactly what's happening in most of these, lines. And not you so much, I mean, I just mean somebody here. Tina's been there for, 20 some years, so she knows the budget. Literally, that budget will come back and be just read all over. Where she's said like, this number should be this number, this number should be that number. These are estimates, but that eventually that would be really helpful at some point to have somebody that can, say, these are where we're at. Because I'm not here at every meeting, I'm not here, to know some of that. Yeah.
Did you get the new bridge bond?
Do what?
Did you get the new bridge bond figured out?
Yeah, we're gonna get an amortization schedule. It's a combination, it, got rolled into the new one. I just didn't have the amortization schedule.
Yeah.
We also bought a tractor for the landfill.
Yeah, we went through those, and Rhonda is making a list, and then she's gonna get him that information.
What was that last one you just said?
That tractor.
track loader.
The track
Oh,
loader.
tractor. I thought you said a tractor. I didn't have a tractor.
No,
But I don't think we can,
track loader.
Okay.
even if we said to buy them right now, I don't think we can get them for 2 years the way it sounds.
So the cash forward in the general, that's just like you explained to me the other day. There's a certain amount of,
That number will change, like for example, if we went in and let's just say we decided on interest and penalties on taxes. And it's instead of 60,000 in the middle column, it's 176 and 21, and it's 60 in the middle column. So when we get that receipt, and let's just say it's 80, what that does is any number here that moves up in the middle column or the 23 column will increase that 1,466,000 on the next page. Any expenditures, that when we get done with this, any expenditures in the general fund over here will actually take cash back down. I mean, if we increase expenditures, that would take cash back down. And actually 23 there, that number is kind of it's a hard number to, like I was looking at that you were asking about on this sheet here, at the end of the general, and I don't want to get too sidetracked here, but on the end of the general fund, I think it was 1.46. Last year, it was 2,008. So based on that, it's about 600,000 difference. But some of that also is the transfer I showed there, 902. So some of that, when I break out that unencumbered cash, you'll see it like what will happen is the total cash of the county will probably not change, it probably will go up. But the fund balance in each fund might change, general especially.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, and then last year, we also had all that, pay down.
Yeah, we had paid outs out of that also, that column also, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, the receipts, we'll get those as close as we can. When we revisit them again, you can look at them and see if that's where you want to leave them, once you get the receipts to us. The next page, okay, so one thing we need you to understand right front, Heather asked me the other day. So like on page 6A, the total levy in the general fund was 3,605,369. Now, The way this works, I do not have to stay at that number. So when we get done today, let's just say that, and it looks like it's gonna be okay, but let's just say employee benefit fund needed a little more levy than what it's got. It's not going to, it sounds like you've got a pretty good rate, so we'll probably be okay. But you can actually move that rate between funds, and it's not gonna matter. So when we get done putting all the revenue in the middle column, adjusting the middle column, getting those close to there today, we will, probably what will change is the cash balance. That cash balance will go up or down. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay, 9 o'clock, I don't know, I haven't seen.
I just went upstairs, it was not there.
Oh, here we go. She forwarded it, so
Okay.
I'll forward it. I thought she put it on there too. Okay, so what you'll have,
Melinda.
you'll have 2 emails. You'll have one with the Osage County Sewer District. And then you'll have one with what's called the roll call vote and resolution. You'll have to print both of those out, okay? Okay. Okay, we're done with for now, we're done with the general fund. We'll go to the expenditure side. I'm not gonna worry about till we get to this sheet. Is that right? Sure. Yeah, okay. Okay, page 7 is the amortization schedule we will get from Rhonda, where it combined the 2 debts, have 1 payment, and that will.
So that's gonna fix the negative number.
It
40.
should, yes, it should fix that, okay? The receipt side of Road and Bridge, I put literally what was in there. The fuel reimbursement, I think we changed to the 237 to up it to more like what was done in 21. That might even be higher than that because of the way the pricing of the fuel is now. The reimbursement might be higher.
Brian, did you,
Business is coming down.
Brian, did you have a question on that?
Christine's concern was we might have to transfer some money, because of the prices say this is the app.
You know what now?
She said we might have to do some transferring around October or something.
From the special machinery back,
Or something, yeah.
because of fuel prices.
Yeah, she did a lot of that.
Okay, so when we do the middle column, the printout she has, and we double check that where we're at today, we'll be a lot closer.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number right now.
No, when she prints that out, we'll get it. Okay. And then if I have questions, I'll holler at you.
Okay.
Yeah. And what will happen is, this is happening not just in your county and other counties too, where there's so many, like the inflation and the fuel and all that, there's a lot of changes there. So if we get closer, the way that works is we just try to do it before the end of the year. Okay, so like October, November, if we're running short on something, then we'll need to address it at that point. Make sure we transfer.
Yeah, her concern were we probably have to do something by October.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll just have her, once we'll get the numbers changed, but have her call me, and we'll try to get whatever we need to do. Okay, or whatever. Because reimbursement can be, if you have more reimbursement than your expenditures are up, because of pricing, the reimbursement, we could actually amend that in the cash. But I don't think you're gonna have to amend it. But you have other line items that will cover that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's a question I have. When we're around for fuel costs and everything, my concern is about every form of government is it never comes back. So how many times are we going to increase it for the fuel?
Mm-hmm.
increased it this year, and it's already been increased and it never got returned. We just keep increasing it, and that's kind of a phony number.
The reimbursement is, or the,
Expenditure.
What I'm saying is when you start raising, when we
Yeah.
start raising stuff for fuel costs,
Yeah.
where's that magic number? Because
yeah,
when fuel was $1.80 or $2 a gallon,
yeah,
nobody was reducing their budget.
yeah, no, I understand.
So it's a one-way street, and that's not good for people. I mean, I don't have a problem doing it either way, but we need to make sure that we do it both ways.
Okay, so I think the concern I have is, what I've heard from the commission is,
Kill these jobs.
Put them outside.
so what I've heard from the commission is that if the line item goes over, then they're over their budget. I think that's the concern of the department head. So like, if we don't have a high enough number in the fuel costs, then they have went over their budget. I think that's what we're just trying to get the lines, because this is only the second year we've done this. We don't know exactly what that line's gonna look like, especially because it's a moving target now. So if there's gonna be other monies in other lines to cover it, but we just need to let them understand that we can do that if we had to. I mean, it's not a budget violation, it's a budget it's a budget violation of the Osage County Commission. It's not a violation of the state of Kansas. So we need to determine where those numbers are at, and that's something we're learning. This is only the second year. Does that make sense?
Right, my concern is we start budgeting for gas that's $4.50 a gallon, which now it's under 4, I think. But let's just say it's that number. And you never change that budget back. You float a budget up because of you never change the number back.
But then you end up having some extra cash in there.
Right.
So how do we get a word fair to everybody?
But that's an easy one, we can track gallons in fuel, and you can look back how many gallons you bought last year, and kind of.
Yeah, I'm not
The gallons.
I'm not too big.
I guess what I'm saying is we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
For
Right.
fuel, because we can cover the fuel cost without trying to budget in every time we turn around,
Yeah,
because we're never gonna get ahead of that.
yeah. No, I agree with you, and I don't have any
It's not
concern.
gonna have to still operate, so.
Well, I think in this case, Brian knows we're getting kind of close and he just wants to see where he's at
Yeah.
and what he has available. And then if we need to do some adjusting.
Yeah.
It's more about you alerting us like, hey, we're running close on this one particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like they said, they have dropped down a little bit. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure I stay under that.
Yeah.
That amount, we're okay with that, so.
Okay.
Print job not interrupted, so we printed two, but I think we have everything.
So you're the chair, dude?
I'm the chair for like 6 weeks.
Okay, so here's what happens.
Is this the sewer district?
Yeah, so here's a resolution that will end up being filed because it's over the revenue neutral rate. Okay. Here's the roll call vote, and we'll put the names in like that. That's an example. And then here is the,
Do we have to recess to do this?
yes. I guess, I don't know, they have to.
Yeah, it should,
Yeah, they should do this,
you're
right.
regular, it's commission.
So I don't need to recess.
Right.
And I'm gonna put the number on this one for you, Heather.
Okay. And then this is what was published as a hearing. So here's the revenue neutral rate. Here was the actual tax rate. And that was the same as, I think, same as last year, the way it worked.
Okay.
But see, I mean, it's just a little bit different, but because of all they got going on out there, I think is what happened.
Well, you know what, there was a new project approved,
Yeah.
and so they were able to get grant money for a small portion, but the rest of it, they end up paying for. And so I think this rate included those payments, didn't it, Robert?
Yes.
So that rate may not be, I don't know, with the way the appraised values went up, it might have gotten absorbed where, I don't know if that's.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway, so that would be the hearing, and then what you have to do is, I was telling on this morning, you have to do the revenue neutral hearing first, and basically just say the vote,
Right.
you know, that you, if there's nobody here talking about it, The vote is to approve the revenue or the rate that was published. And then you will get these filed at some point. Working on it. And then the roll call vote means just, you have to vote individually instead of by 2 to 1 or
Oh, okay.
all that. You just have to, how are you gonna vote has to be recorded as yes, no, or absent. So like, I'm not sure, if he's on this, is that
Yeah.
considered?
Yeah, I mean, just like if he was on.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah.
So when I make the motion, I'm just making the motion that we are going to,
So like right here, see, it's the same rate.
Up to the sewer district.
Yeah, we
Yes.
had to do it, have to do it here at 9 o'clock. Yeah.
so the motion is going to be that we're going to approve the proposed estimated rate of the
That's
73
right. That's right.
for the,
22-20, and then here's your roll call.
Okay, and then the details just behind it, but this would be what you're talking about.
so this is what I need to
Yep.
make a motion on first.
Yep.
Jay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I would move that we approve the proposed estimated tax rate of 73.111 for the sewer district number 1 for budget year 2023.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
So each one will vote yes or no.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye, but you go first. Aye for
And Jay?
Fred, aye for Jay.
So do you hand me that back and I'll check it?
Okay.
I don't care, you can check it.
I can check it.
Okay.
Yeah, check yes.
So yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Then, do I also have to do a resolution?
And you just do the resolution 20, whatever the number is, and that'll be approved also. Because resolutions, you have to have a vote.
Anybody show up from Soloway?
Nobody's here. So I'm gonna make another motion for the resolution. So I move that we approve resolution 22-20, which is a resolution of the Osage County, Kansas to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
Right. And then you all would sign that.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Okay.
Motion passes.
So that piece is done now. So the only other piece we have to do is now we have to do the budget hearing, which is the publication there. And use that as right here, so, you basically.
I believe that there is someone on the phone that has some problem.
Yeah, that's excellent.
I don't know if that's a bargain.
So then we just have to have a vote of people, the budget for the Osage County Sewer District has been approved for 2023.
I just state that.
Based on the budget hearing, there's nobody, you can say something, I mean, you can say there's nobody here, but, and that you would just state that, and that would be approving, that would actually be approval of the budget. And then what you do then is you actually.
Because we already did the motion to approve the,
Yeah, because the revenue neutral rate has to be different than the budget hearing. But, yeah. And I don't see the signature page on this one. But anyway, what you then, this is the publication, you'll end up signing the front of that budget and okay, this year it has to be done. So we'll have to get you that page. But see, last year, it would have been the same. I don't think they would have went above it maybe. It was
Right.
filed as
Last year,
consolidated
yeah,
budget. It was
yeah.
filed as consolidated budget
Sure.
of the county. Yeah, we'll have to get you their page. And you guys will just sign that. And that'll be the official budget then. So,
so in regards to the hearing, there is no one here in regards to sewer district number 1 with any questions or input. And then I'm just making a statement that this has passed, or I have to do another motion.
you have to have, this one is actually approval of the Osage County Sewer District number 1 budget for 2023. That's the motion.
So I would move that we approve the sewer district number 1 budget for 2023.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Read that back.
I'm gonna need the, resolution that you signed, the one that I wrote on, and then where you took, did you already hand it back to me?
Not sure.
I wrote the number on the resolution, and then you wrote your votes down on the other piece of paper? Yes.
So I got, here's blank pages.
No, take that now. This one, you guys need to sign. And then I assume I attest this. This is the clerk who attests the roll call.
Yes.
And do we just have Jay sign on a different day,
Yeah, he just.
or do we pick a present by phone or something?
Quit kicking that dog. Don't abuse, don't abuse.
Or for you to sign. I'm just here.
Okay. I think, now we're done with that, and Rhonda, we'll get, since it didn't happen last year, we'll have to create one, a front of the budget for it, and that didn't have to be done today, that just has to be done before it's turned into the state of Kansas.
Okay.
Because it would be a signature, it would be signature under the county last year as part of the consolidated budget. Okay. Okay, one thing before we go any further here, kind of the whole question here about how to estimate, like whether it's fuel or all that. I mean, this is an estimate. We are going to do the best we can of estimating. And I don't see your cash carryovers being hurt too bad. So I'm not too worried about it, because what happens is, even though that cash carryover, you were asked that the other day, at 1.4 million in the general fund, let's just say it's even 1 million. You still have 900,000 over there and another 400,000 or 500,000 in federal land entitlement, because we always consider federal land entitlement as part of the general fund. So what we're trying to do today, I know you're wanting each line item, and we're going to do the best we can, because we've already sat down for probably 4 or 5 hours back. That's those numbers that I had that last column are what we did that day, probably July, that. The one thing here, as long as there's a understanding that we have flexibility, like for a situation like that, where we're not just upping it just to up it, we're trying to be flexible. And if you want to leave it where it's at, and then we get to October, we find out that we need extra money, that we need extra money, then we would just transfer the special machinery fund or from another line item. I think that's the fear that some of the department heads have, the talk we had earlier, that if that line item goes over, and it's something we can't control, how do we?
Well, and something like that.
Nobody's ever gonna get told they can't use money to buy fuel. The problem is it doesn't need to be used later down the road.
Yeah,
So
no.
that money's always gonna be there. But I don't think we need to budget for it every time we turn around. That'll bring it back, but
Yeah,
you start budgeting for $4 or $5 gallon gas that goes to 2, or you start budgeting for $2 gas that goes to 4.
yeah, I totally agree with you, Jay. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think there's just a flexibility knowing that we're able to do that.
Right.
Absolutely, I think everybody knows that'll happen.
Some of the snow removal.
Yeah, if there's 12 inches, you're gonna have a lot of salt
Yeah.
and snow
Right,
will cost
right.
overtime, yeah.
Back to like the color down, you can't figure everything out, but you try as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that's the receipt side. We'll talk about expenditures on road and bridge a little bit later. We're on page 9. One of the questions that Heather asked me the other day on the phone on the ambulance fund at the top of 9 is, why is there 98,061? It's in the right-hand column, about 3 or 4 numbers up. 98,000 is the cash carryover. The thing I was driving, so I couldn't, so I wanted to talk today. When is the next contract? When is the next contract, you know?
What that contract is.
I have to go grab it.
Ron, do you know what it is?
Yeah, I can go.
Just put it on your list and we'll find out because,
Five, so.
And I think the payments are just standard, it's a flat rate each year, right?
right, if there's a new contract, I wondered if it would be going
If the
up.
rate might be going up.
Yeah.
And that was just an example of, I didn't understand the cash forward for each, so it's in almost all of those.
Every fund,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
And so
So
the one,
you're saying in the event that the contract was renewed and the premium changed or the price changed, we may need to plan for that, is what you were saying?
right, so, but if it's not next year, then we're not worried.
Right, if it's not in
I think we
23.
got 2 years.
Yeah, I want to say.
It's like,
That's not, I think that's what you told me last time, but I didn't write it down.
I got that on.
Perfect, okay.
I don't write it down.
So let's just use this fund as an example, because I was driving down the road, Heather was asking me this. So if we decided that the 98,000 is too much cash in that fund, because it's one payment, I mean, literally it's one contract. So we would go in and the only way we can get the money out of there is to take that 706,224 at the bottom there, the tax levy, and reduce it by the amount of cash you want to move out of there. And the only time you can do that is at budget time. You can't transfer or whatever.
I think
So-
we did that last year a few times.
There's a few funds that we did that on. We zeroed the election fund, the solid waste utility fund, or, yeah, solid waste fund, maybe the special bridge, I'm not sure. So, but that's just, I'm just saying if that's not till 2024, I'm not worried about it. The same with appraiser. That was another one you had asked about.
Well, each of them have it, so I just was needing to understand it, but I do remember last year, there were times that we took some cash from one and used it for other
Absolutely.
places, so. You just don't want that to get built up too much, and
Absolutely.
then you, at some point, need to be using it somewhere.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Next page 10 is the election fund we just talked about. There's no levy, and there's still, because 23 will be a smaller year,
Right,
and
correct.
then 24 will be a big.
The big.
So in 24's budget, we might have to increase, put a levy back on it just to presidential election. Okay, employee benefits. Do you want me just to work that one up based on that, or do you want to tell them something, or what, how you want to do this?
well, no, the stuff that Rhonda printed off.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to glean from that, and then this was just a breakdown of premiums for the health insurance and the dental and vision that Stephanie did. So if you have questions on these, just talk with Stephanie and Melinda to get what you need to really refine that. So it looks like there's quite a bit of a savings in premium.
Yeah.
We just need to, for sure verify that and then figure out what we want to put in for the medical insurance premium, because right there it's estimated 1.6 million, but when I add this up, it comes to like 860,000. So we can probably reduce what we're budgeting at some.
See, the kicker in this one is, if you look at that fund on the bottom of 10, the cost in 21 was 1.4 million, and it has a negative 729. Okay, so what we have to do is when we take that 729 over, we can't carry another negative number over into 23.
Well, we did it in 21 and 22.
No, you can do it in 21, 22, but in a budget, you can't carry it a negative number that up there at the top there of 23 where the zero's at. You have to zero. See, so if you look at the medical insurance premiums in the middle column, it's 949, 485. What that is whatever it took to get it to zero. So there I don't know, I haven't done the numbers, like here she's got, this would be, where was it at? Oh, that says,
It's negative at the top. I don't understand.
huh?
I'm sorry, keep just,
It's negative where?
well, on my sheet, it's negative at the beginning of the years. Maybe I'm misreading that. But you've got negative 404.
Those will be negative. This is the one I'm saying it can't be
Okay,
negative.
all right.
So what happens is this number right here
Mhm.
probably is not going to cover it.
So what you're gonna have is you're gonna have in the 22 potentially, I haven't done the numbers yet, but
So the reason why that might be accurate, might not, is when the premium changed in July, what we're paying went down quite a bit compared to what had been budgeted, so.
see, I'm a little confused here. I hadn't looked at this, but see, is that right?
You said this was here was in that is that 23?
So
Or is that, I thought you said that one was 20, the rest of 22.
you're gonna have to ask her.
Okay,
So the amount that the county contributes goes down on the family plan. And so she had taken, I think she went back and looked at the notes or whatever for what the motion was passed. And then she made these grids that would associate when the family contribution changes and then came up with those numbers.
There's
But
23, if I recall, but I'm not 100% sure.
so talk with her and ask her your questions.
okay.
Because that's the first time I've seen that grid, and so
Okay.
I may not be reading it right, so I might have told you incorrectly. So if you add that up, that might be all of the premiums for 23 for medical,
Maybe, okay.
which that's
But it
like,
changed in July 1st. so then-
it also went down this year, July 1st. Yes,
So January 1.
so January 1 through June of this year, it was Blue Cross, and it was the same budgeted premiums, but in July when we switched, the premiums went down. But we currently still had, obviously in the budget, it was still budgeted.
So we
for
would,
the full year.
when you run those sheets, we'll have what was spent up to date. Or you already have. it.
Yeah, I have. it. And then, I've got another sheet that I'll send you, Scott, too, which shows like when it goes down, when the amounts change.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that one doesn't make it clear, then
And that's-
I've
yeah.
got the written out sheet.
Yeah, anything you can give him, that's what the grid Stephanie did, and then between all that, he should be able to get.
I'll do the numbers and then I'll get back to Stephanie. And then when I come back, whenever Jay gets back, when we finalize, we'll have everything. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Today.
No, they're here for the road and bridge.
Oh,
Discussion, right? You guys have those.
how long, how much longer? do
We have till about 9:30-ish.
I have? Okay.
I didn't know if there's things Rhonda thought sometimes you went and worked on things and then came back a little bit later, so I don't know what your plan is for today.
Yeah, I was just gonna plow through, I mean,
Okay.
let's just look.
Just
here.
go through all your pages
The
and,
question, let's just look here and see the question. Okay, page 13 was the whole thing about capital improvement, what to do with it. And.
so can I ask Jay your question?
Huh?
I'm gonna ask Jay.
Sure.
Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
So out of the capital improvement fund where we had the 902,409,
yeah.
there has been some spent out of that, so
Yeah.
Rhonda's gonna print a report so we kind of know what's been spent, and then Scott is going to need to know in the next couple weeks what we want to fund that at for the next year with whatever remaining, plus we add back in.
Cameras for the courthouse, we did the carpet for the courthouse. There's several things that got made out of that.
Yeah, Rhonda's gonna run a report for 2022, so we can deduct that amount out, and then Scott just wants to know what level we'll fund it.
So let's just say.
Just think about that.
Let's say it's 300,000 we spent, I'm just using the number. So we have 600,000 left over. What will happen is that'll go over to 23. And then I need to know if that's what you wanted at, or if you want to add another, 500,000, whatever that number is in 23.
So whatever is remaining in 2022 gets transferred over, and he just wants to know what we as a commission, what the final amount is for next year if we want to add some more back in, so.
Yeah, well, I think there's some other departments, so I'll put it all right into that one.
Yes, so just be thinking about that over the next couple of weeks,
Right.
how much we want it to be for 23, so that's all his question was on that.
So Scott, we're not. gonna
Find that one, yeah,
in
it's separate,
the original.
Okay, so we haven't recorded, it's a non-road revenue neutral rate here. So what I asked Heather is we can actually make it the 26th of September. And what that would allow us to do is not have to publish until Monday, the 12th.
Okay.
And that would give Jay also time maybe to come back.
Yes.
And then I could come back, even on the 12th, I could come back. So don't you have to have it, or do you have to have it Monday? 5 o'clock. So I could come back that morning if you wanted to have one last look at it, or that week, or that week before, I can do that too, if he's available. So the 26th would be the actual budget hearing.
On the September.
Yeah.
And then what was the next date you said?
Well, and then we have to back 10 days backwards. So that's 26.
So here's 26, so we go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if we finalize it here on the 12th, it gets in the paper the 15th, is that right?
Correct.
So the 15th, we would have it published, and then we would have the hearing on the 26th. And that way it would allow Jay to be involved.
Yes, yes. The final, I would like for him to be.
Yeah. Okay, real quick here for 9:30, if you look on 15, the 38,150 for the mowers is in the special, see right there in the
Yeah.
middle?
Yeah.
It just didn't get put back up here in front. Okay, I'll take care of that. Okay, the question I had on 18, it's not one we have to settle today. These are the old, this is the proceeds from the old bridge bonds, that 43,000 just keeps sitting there. Has David said anything about Arterbury? Has he said anything about what happens with that or what it is spent on?
No.
You know, is it all gonna be the 43,000 left over from the last bridge bonds? Can it be spent on bridges going
It
forward?
could be on that, 2021 deal, and it would be spent on what's going forward.
Oh, okay.
It would only be able to be used on bridges.
Yeah, no, that's what I like.
Bridges, that's good. Now, I don't know if you can use that on where you're doing your land agreements where we're purchasing.
It might actually be bridge construction.
Right away, would still fall under that bridge construction because we got
It's no problem. It's been sitting there for quite a while. I'm just gonna see if David said anything.
So we got several that are coming up on the county bridges that we're gonna have.
No problem. Okay, on page 21, I noticed the Spark grant fund, we don't have the audit finalized, and we would probably make a turn. I didn't know why it was a name there.
There's 3 adjusting entries in that I emailed over
Yeah, I remember seeing
from,
that.
I guess it was at the 2020 audit, maybe whatever adjustments were asked for,
Okay.
that put it in the negative, so I don't know why there's no backup on the day that the entries were done.
I
on that day.
remember one item in the beginning of 2021 where there was some sort of error made. I don't know if this relates or not, but
We'll figure it out. I'll figure it
because
out.
Garrett had to call in and there was like a $50-some thousand error and the county had to
That's
cover
where they
that.
forgot to put the generator
They
on.
didn't put the generator on like they were supposed to.
So that may have something to do with it.
The only thing I found was 3 entries that said, like auditor request or audit.
Yeah.
That's why I said spot, because I don't know if there's a reason.
We'll figure it out. So you go to the next thing. Okay, I had no more questions on that. We'll get the printouts that you have. We'll get the amortization schedule and all those things. When Boyd benefits, I'll go back and take care of that. So I don't know, Heather, this is a question I have on this here part of here. All the 21 got filled in.
Yes.
And we spent about 4 or 5 hours as a commission. I don't know, the department heads probably haven't seen this sheet, have they?
I don't think so.
So what I'm wondering is, before we meet, or as I'm working on this other stuff, is there any way, because that was a question I had to go to the bridge back there too. Like for example, overtime, I didn't have a breakout on overtime like I did, like when I did those first 3 years. If we want overtime breakout, then I'm gonna have to go in from another report. I think you had to run me an overtime and a double overtime report. I like some of those questions you had on that email that you sent, down at the bottom. Some of those questions, we could work through those questions, but I think Ron and probably.
These were just things as I was looking through that I just started making notes and I had to put it down here.
Some of those, like that 90,000 for salaries, I think it was 190, put it 90,000 instead of, I'm not sure. why.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it went 1 year, it went from 20,000 to 90,000 for IT. And so it's just, when I see those things, there could be an explanation, but if not, that needs to be refined.
So one thing I think that actually probably needs to happen, and I don't know how you want it to happen, just column M on the sheet. The department heads would not know those adjustments that we made that day, okay? So they literally, I think they need to, before they can come in and answer a question, they need to know what the commission went to and why, you know. And once you guys as a department head, I mean, as a department head and you say, yeah, that's what the final budget is, then we move it over to column O. And once we've done that on all the departments, then I take those numbers and go back into the budget this year, go back into the budget and put them in based on whatever that O column is.
Yeah, I noticed, and I guess I put them in there, that like sometimes there would be a payroll, like in waste disposal, it went up 30,000 from the budgeted went up 30,000 from the final of 21. And so I just, off the top of my head, I don't remember in the conversation when the budgets were presented. I just don't remember. There could be an explanation to that. I just don't remember. So I just started circling things.
Yeah, sure. No.
But then,
I just got that Friday.
and so I didn't get to finish since page 6 through 9 was empty. So I'm gonna have to go back and see if I have any more questions that I can send.
So the way I see this is.
Is this helpful at all, the kind of itemized out those?
Yes, that's very helpful, yes. I just got it right. I decided we're gonna work this weekend.
Well, if you saw in there, I said, this is late Friday afternoon, no need to work on
I've
it.
worked every Saturday since January 1st, so I'm just trying to.
I knew that if I didn't do this, I wouldn't remember.
No, I appreciate that.
Can I ask to clarify, M is what we presented as department heads, or it could be adjusted based on.
Based on what they have.
Okay,
Yes.
so we came in, we said, this is what we want, commission went through it. And then
So
we-
one day when I came back the last time in July, they
We
had
made some
about
changes.
a 4-hour meeting where they went through every budget
Okay, so this is
expenditure.
adjusted. with
That's
So I
right.
think,
I think it says department heads, but I think it's just the commission final.
I think last year you put what the department heads had requested, and then we did what our finally in the last column. So he just has it in the wrong column right now, is what you're saying, right?
Well,
Well, it just says department head meeting, so I just wanted to clarify if that was.
yeah, I think you just
clear.
mark department head out, because this was the commission. I can put on there commission, and I'll give you the date. I don't remember what date that was. Way back here.
So,
So Scott, when you update that, when you send it to me, and then Heather, would you like me to send that out to all the department heads this week?
send one.
The commission approved for their budget. So like I was in here, I knew how much I got cut, but somebody else might not know what they were
Yeah,
changed.
what I would, one of the things I think is, which was included in here, is if we can really double check that the personnel line items for the current number of employees at the current rate in each department. That might answer some of my questions where I saw a jump. Maybe there was an employee added or whatever. And then I'm gonna go through page 6 through 9 today, and if I have any more questions, I'll send them. I think once we get those answered, get everything plugged in, then we should send it to the department heads and tell them, please look at this, compare it to what was proposed. And if they have questions, they need to come talk to us.
I would wait, I would wait till I get through Don, or Lauren and I, go through all those points you made there. We'll go through all these things we've got today, whatever else you're gonna get us, we get it. And then I would like to have the budget as best as what I think is where it should be. And
And then I'd like to make sure Jay sees all that, and
That's
then
right.
if we agree we're good, then send that to the department head.
Yes, exactly.
And then, really though, they need to come talk to us if they have any questions
That's
about
right.
what we've done.
Absolutely. And because I think we changed quite a bit that day, because I've got the red, I've got it all red all the way through. And not big numbers, but I think we just, trying to make them look consistent. And I would rather have all the holes filled in. And then once I get that done, and I'll probably have that done by Wednesday or Thursday. And then we could actually, you get your change, if you have any more changes on the 21, looking at 21.
Yeah, I'll go through the rest of these pages,
And you just let me know.
and then if that overtime information gets put in there, I've got 18, 19, and 20, but I'll ask if I get a 2021, like an overall year overtime report. Because I don't know that the overtime ever gets budgeted, it's normally like $200,000-$300,000, and we've got to work on getting that down, so it's not in the budget.
No, because what happened?
I brought those overtime reports down to you first thing this morning.
Okay.
Was that for 2021?
Yes.
So if you could send that.
I'll
to
look
me.
for it, I don't know where.
And what I'll do, when I update that sheet, I'll actually update it for like I had last year.
It's here, because I remember you handing it to me. I've got this.
But I did like some things, and then I brought down other things later, sorry.
Okay.
So,
But I will send them to you tonight.
yeah, so the time, to me, I will go back and get all these holes filled in based on questions, based on whatever. And then we'll keep in contact. You show me if there's anything else you want, and I'll get it as final as I can, and I will send it to all three of you. Let you look at it. And then I think it would be good the department heads know. what
Before we
that number
finalize.
is. Yeah.
Jay, can you hear all that?
Yeah.
Okay, are you good with that?
I'm good with all
Okay,
Yeah. And then that way you have a final budget, and then you look at it, and say, yeah, this looks good, and then the department heads would then, they've got questions, and they would come back and you based on this sheet and say, why did this happen? I'm like, well, where to go? The road and bridge, he had some questions for me earlier. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so am I done for today? Is that, because that's about all I can
if
do.
we've answered your questions.
Yeah.
That,
And I'll get whatever she sends me. I just I didn't want to make a decision today if the debt's not right, the employee benefits are not right, because if the levy has to change in those, we have to change it before we publish. So that if we can get those questions answered, then we have cash carryover to work with all the other stuff. I'm not worried about that.
and then just double check with Stephanie on that grid.
Yeah.
I think I probably told you wrong.
Yeah.
I thought it was the last 6 months of this year and the first half of next year, and I don't think it is.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out. So we'll get year to date, and then we'll figure out what the rest of 22 is gonna look like. Getting that middle column all caught up may be a challenge. And then once we get to 23, it sounds like the rates have dropped.
Yeah.
So we'll be good. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, better than-
Thank you, Scott.
That's better than I thought. Huh?
He said thank you.
Scott.
Did you kick the dog? I mean, the dog must got kicked outside.
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you, Christine. Christine, later today, when I have a little time, I'm gonna have you and Matt and maybe Linda come down. I have a question about people who might have been in the paper for delinquent tax. And I had someone call me with some questions that I can't answer. And I think the three of you together can help me. And there might be other people who have similar situations. So later in the day, I don't know when.
Okay. If you have a minute to come up.
Yeah, I can come up. Let me
Pack this up.
let me pack this up, get out of here, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you. That went.
And then
quick.
also later today, probably
CIC.
the CIC part. So
Yeah, we got that.
anybody who went to that, if they'll come and kind of give a report on.
Yeah, I don't know that my staff who zoomed in can come down, but I'm asking for their feedback.
That's fine, but like you and Linda was there and Rhonda zoomed in, I think Melinda did zooming, and then I did, and Stephanie, anybody, oh, and I think Matt might have,
That
done
might
it. Yeah. So,
at 10:45.
tentatively. Yeah. Thank you. Yes,
He's
right
here.
He needs that form signed.
okay, I think he brought it.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's kind of on the next thing of things to do.
I want to make sure you do that. It's coming.
Yeah, are you watching the Zoom, or are you just listening?
Listen, I don't.
Okay.
I get
Okay.
stuff. I don't know our password.
Okay, yeah, you probably could. Just put it on mute, but you could watch and then listen on the phone.
It's upstairs.
Okay, I got a question.
Okay.
Call me.
I
If
thought
I
you
got a
said.
question, I'll call around.
You made the resolution or ordinance for the closure, but you didn't sign it for this.
So I literally just have to sign it, or do we need to do?
Need to sign it, I suppose I'll put the ordinance number on there.
So would that be the ordinance number from the last meeting, or this is a new ordinance?
It's one that you passed.
It was a resolution you passed, I need to do
I
resolution,
already
so.
made the motion, and everything, you just gotta sign it, I think.
Well, because this.
Yeah, they had to correct the paperwork because it said it had Osage County listed instead of.
This will just put
Barclay
Barclay in.
Township on the.
Oh, okay.
paperwork.
Can you come show me?
So it's been adjusted to Barclay.
This is just.
So the money doesn't come to us, it will go directly to the township.
Oh,
Since they're handling
That's a
everything.
closure
Right.
agreement.
So I
It's a
believe it was
closure
just an
agreement.
adjustment of
That's what this is.
where the monies were going. So.
So tell me again what we're needing to do though. Am I needing to make any sort of
We just
motion or we're
need-
just signing?
Just signing it. You already made the motion last.
Yeah.
And this is just the updated.
Yeah. All they did was correct that it said Osage County and instead of in Osage County, Kansas, it was for Osage County. They switched it to where it says Parkway.
So then if this goes in the record, does this need to accompany the original one? That's a correction.
Thank you. Yes, yes. Yeah, and we'll need a copy of it too, because we'll keep it with ours too, so.
So Rhonda,
Yes.
this was what was passed last week.
Right.
This is just the updated document.
Okay.
So it's gonna be the same. This says ordinance number, not resolution.
Right, but it should.
But this will- this will-
He's gonna get a copy of it, that's set out.
So this will just accompany the original one, and we don't need to make a new motion or anything, right? Okay. So this is just for our record.
This is for your record. This is what the original is going to be.
Okay, and I'm just signing here.
Mhm.
And Robbie, the ladies were down there last week, they were talk, and they stopped since then. So they can't find it, and one of them are down. On the counter, by the paper, money is just right down to.
Okay, is that it? That goes with that?
Yes, and this is your copy of the
Yeah.
new contract.
Okay. And we need to sign this also?
It's for your records. I can sign it if you want, or after he gets this done, I assume I'll get a copy. Just so everybody sees.
This is the original. Do we need to sign this or are we gonna get a copy of his?
You should probably sign another copy, just so we have,
Okay, so sign here again.
just so you have an original.
Right.
And what I left upstairs is a copy.
Yeah. Then when I finally get sanitary signed off, I'll bring you a copy.
Oh, it's good for us to have a file that has signature in case something
Or
not get back. I remember Josh said he was gonna be gone for 2 weeks, but I thought it was next week and the following. Is it this week and next week? I heard him say it, but I thought it was next week and the following week, so.
I had emailed him, so I'm working on, with him on something, and I didn't know. he-
I didn't either. I thought it was next week, but I might have misunderstood. I don't think so. Did everything for you?
If you have trouble, let me know, okay?
Ryan, are you ready? Come on up. Jay, are you still there? Hello?
You say,
Oh, maybe we're not. Oh, I think maybe you might call back.
he's not, you want me, I'll text him.
Text him and if he wants to call back in. I know he said he was gonna try to get on YouTube, but it's good to have him here to respond.
The Hope Bridge looks pretty good. The Hope Bridge,
It looks great.
yeah.
Somebody did go out and put a black mark on it after it was cured down. I guess they had to try it.
I've got you back on speaker, do you want?
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you need something, you'll either call or type on YouTube, correct?
Yeah.
That sounds good, thank you.
all right. We got for us, right?
All right. This is a request for a resolution for a stop sign during the construction phase
At Morrill Road.
at Morrill Road,
And is it the 240?
245th and Morrill,
Now that's the one that's actually, that road's closed, isn't it, or to through traffic only?
to through traffic only.
This was what they had talked about originally when everyone was here that day.
Yeah,
And I thought you were maybe doing a four-way, but you're just,
just a two-way, just on Morel. That's where the public and the construction trucks are supposed to be using.
okay.
Actually, the construction trucks are running Jordan Road. So
Okay.
there's still concerns about that. And they're not supposed to be. I talked with Steve last week with the state and he said, no, they're supposed to be running off of our 253rd to the construction site and then up and down 31 as need be. So the ones that are coming off 75 and taking that 245th or Cemetery Road and then running in on Jordan, that is not a truck route.
Right.
So they can be ticketed as soon as they get on 245th and head that way. Or the issues that we're gonna see is the loaded trucks doing damage to that hard surface road. It's not set up for that kind of traffic. It's pulled on there. I've mentioned this to Steve
You're just
and
keeping documentation, so.
yeah, we're just kind of watching it and keeping an eye on it. And he's supposed to get me some finalized paperwork. He was supposed to get it last week, so I'm still waiting on that of what I put into him for what we needed, ton per rock per mile. I put in 150 ton per mile. It's short of what we're gonna use, but it's still something back.
Right. Yeah.
And then we're gonna get together and we're gonna drive everywhere that's been affected when the project is complete. So we can get some money back for the townships
Right.
and our stuff put back to where we had it originally. So just to cover the county on some of that cost. And I'll probably have, because he wanted me to kind of be overseeing what he's given back through the townships. So and I'll know more once he prints that report up. But I would like to,
So do we have, you said this is done by resolution or ordinance?
that will have to be by a resolution.
Okay.
So that is normally something that, like, I mean, we'll have to write that up, and usually the county council does that, but I can work with Josh to, get that taken care of.
So we
it'll
can
be
go
like
ahead.
Next week
Okay.
before it'll be ready. And then Ryan J wants to know when dust control starts.
It will start Wednesday.
It will, okay, well, I assume he heard that.
Yes.
So then we can't do the resolution until next week when it's written.
Right.
Okay.
Because,
That
you might
was
text
Josh.
Josh, because I think he's gone next week.
Okay.
And I thought he was gone the week after that.
Okay, let me, but if it's something he can do and send me, then we're good. If it's not, then I can do it from an old one, and then I can send it to him just to approve or disapprove.
You good with that?
So
Yeah.
let me.
Do you want me to send you a copy of this in an email? So
No.
that way we can send it out to Josh too.
Yes.
And I can include everybody in that, so you guys all have a hard copy of that.
Yeah.
Okay, in your
Yeah.
file system.
For us, I mean, we can't respond on that email since we're all on it, but if for informational purposes, we can see what you're.
Yeah. Yeah, and this, I just had, I had Lonnie with Cook Flat, just get us something that we have a documentation that it would be, and this is just for a temporary zone. Once the work is over, this will come back down. And
Right.
there's not a traffic study on it. So it's just the process trying to help that location out.
Well, it's preventative and it's for safety.
Yeah.
We need to be overly cautious versus having an accident there.
Yeah.
And as you're seeing what people are abiding by and not abiding by, things, we're just gonna do things to,
Try to circumnavigate any.
well, try to correct things that aren't being followed for safety purposes. So,
Okay. This
Are we
is-
seeing any real serious problems on the roads?
Our roads are holding up pretty good. Mostly, we've had dry weather, so that
Right.
has helped. I
Just
just
wondering
what I
if
would
it's
like
worth
to do.
To videotape them.
Yeah,
or pictures.
yeah, pictures or something.
Yeah, fix some bad spots and get some pictures of them.
Yeah, so far it's
And
holding up good.
right.
If we have some heavy rain or whatever. for
Right.
winter, So that's when we're gonna have definite issues. And I, like I said, we did drive around and look at these and see the condition
Okay,
where we had them. And he said, yeah, he said, you guys, this is good shape. He said, this is,
okay,
it'll be pretty obvious this is switched.
okay.
Goes out. This is at one of our bridges. Bless you. This was what we offered out for one of our bridges by Berlin.
Okay,
This is our numbers that we did for our offer.
This is on land
Yep. land.
easements.
Yep. Same person owns the same side. There's where the offer is, and it explains what all the details of that offer are. They came back through, and this is what their counter was. That's not for both, that's for this one and this one.
Okay, so what do you do?
We're gonna have to do eminent domain on this property.
I think I know what that, what it is.
Here's our offers.
Yeah, okay,
That spells it all out. There's where their counter was for this section, that section, that figured up to be around 18,000 per acre.
Mhm.
So, tell me the process of eminent domain and the legal.
The legal avenue was, Cook Flat will come in and they will draw up a road, their portion of the eminent domain to take over that, and we can go ahead and do the letting while that process has started. After that, what they'll do is it'll be appraised by 3 people. And they'll have to take the lowest.
And then all of that gets reviewed by our council, all those documents.
Mhm.
Make sure that we're legally have everything documented.
Yes,
And then, so the 3 appraisals come in and then the person has to take the lowest one, or that's what you just.
yeah, they'll take the lowest one, and I think that even takes away their fencing rights that we offered to pay for.
Do they know that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Devin has been out there many times. talking to them.
If you get close to that pipeline, you're way off base. I know where the pipeline, I know exactly where.
So what's the time frame on this process? Like how long will it take to be completed?
I'm seeking your guys' approval to move forward with eminent domain
Yes.
on the 157 Burlingame Road project up by Garrett's.
Okay, and you feel like you've exhausted everything prior to this
Yes.
to come up?
Yeah, we've had several, he has been up there many times trying to get closer to numbers that we're not gonna hit.
Yeah,
So you need that today, or is that something,
I need that today so we can go ahead and get this process started.
do we want to call Jay on that? What's your thought on that?
yeah, go with it. I know the people, I know the property, there's pasture on both sides, I mean, it's not.
Yeah, it's, like I say, when I did.
Jay, did you hear the conversation about the,
I'll give you the totals.
yes, are you okay with proceeding with the eminent domain for those areas?
Everything else has been done, and that's not the whole project, right?
Yes, I asked if he had exhausted all avenues, like
Yeah.
Ryan, and he said yes.
Yeah, I don't think you have any choice.
Question on the north side, the creek that comes from the west
He's speaking right now.
under the blacktop, and it jogs and it comes over and it runs kind of right down. If we got enough land that we can move that creek a little bit farther north.
I don't know if the plans have that in that construction zone area. We'd have to kind of look at that together. you want to see how that works. See if
Yeah.
that is liable or not.
Well, there was always an issue holding the fence there because it comes, makes a turn and comes right down the fence. And I don't know what the proposal is and I haven't seen the drawing, but you might want to take that into consideration while we're doing it,
Okay.
just to fix that a little bit.
Okay, so that's what you're speaking with here about this. You said something about the pipeline.
Oh, yeah, pipeline's way out of line. It's eighth of a mile or more away from it.
Okay, so what is the procedure here if we're going to proceed with the eminent domain?
Yeah, I'm just requesting, to proceed forward with eminent domain. And getting
How often does
stuff.
that happen? Is this normal for this to happen, or does normally the rate is?
In the past, we've negotiated, but it hasn't been that much of an issue.
That one's really far off, and that was the biggest deal. It's how far off.
Right.
On the counter offer.
Like I said,
You'll probably need the county council to do this in the domain.
Yeah, I'll send that.
Yes.
So do we want to wait till?
Ryan said that he would send that to Josh and I.
Yeah,
Or
I
he
can
would send
send
it to
that.
me and I'll forward it, whichever.
Yeah,
So I think we're all okay with it, but we need to
Yeah.
do the legal
Okay,
Yep.
so,
documentation.
we tentatively approve it.
okay, so Heather
Okay.
says that you're on.
And I'll get the process started.
Right.
Send it to Josh to review.
Yeah,
Why we're doing it.
Josh should review.
So I'll send it to Josh why we are taking this step. And I'll let him know in my email, so.
because we'll have need whatever legal document that, whatever the resolution will be, we need to have that right.
Yep.
Fred, you are in agreement to send it to.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so I'm gonna hang up with you and then if you have another question or something, we'll call, or we need to, we'll call you back.
Yeah, I would submit that.
Okay. All right,
With an explanation and that you came here and that we're in agreement, but we need the legal counsel just to proceed correctly.
Yep, I'll just have a look over that, so.
All right.
Let's see. We were prepared to go down this road when negotiations were not working out well, so I finally called Cook and Flat and
Yeah.
had been going over where are we at in this? This is where we're at on the money situation. And they're like, they recommended that we go
Yeah.
forward with it. Since we couldn't really come to a understanding.
Right.
Close deal on that, so.
I mean, the ones in the past, they've been within $500 or something like that. It wasn't a big deal, but it's not too bad.
This one was.
Is that anything else?
Let's see, we are still a little bit off here on the other one up in the Barclay area. Right now, we have I think we'll probably go with it, but I had some questions about extra stuff on fences. There's what his offer is. This is the Barclay area. There's the bridge. There's where we're at.
Okay. And it mostly has to do with the fence.
Well, yeah, let's see, let me show you this part of there. But easements, I mean, we're just a little fluctuation there. See, they're 900, 520. I'm okay with that. Corners, 2, 3 post corners, 450 each, we're at 900.
So you're gonna keep working on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm gonna see, here, Fred, you're gonna wanna look at this one. too.
Okay.
So
And he's got a similar thing where they've got our comparisons of their estimates.
Yeah.
And their offers. So he's gonna keep working on that.
Here's Harry Thompson's.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Understand that too.
Yeah, here's where we are here.
Okay,
This is our offers. Here's I-20. We're pretty close there. 990. He's not too far out there. He just boosted up the price per acre a little bit more.
yeah,
The problem where we are off, here's our fencing
right.
needs, water gap. There's his.
Oh, yeah,
There's where he's at.
Yeah.
So he's at 7. We're at 2. It's
Right.
gonna be 5 over, but in a sense, 5 is still under what it would take to, that one I can live with if we have to do that one. It's the one that was 30,000
right.
is too much.
I don't know.
I have a question that I want to call and ask him. One's 275 feet total fencing, one of them is 375.
Right,
So I want to see where the measurements are.
yeah, right.
That we may have missed on that estimate. So I just want to
He's
guess.
thinking of as a water gap. Yeah.
Yeah.
And whether you need one or not, and,
Yeah, that one does have a water gap there, and it's
okay,
it flows quite a bit, so he does have one in place
Okay.
there right now that's gonna be wiped out.
right, okay,
So it's just, there was some
okay, no problem.
inconsistencies on
Right,
the footage for the fire.
yeah.
And everything? All right, well, thank you. All right, our next agenda item is Stephanie Burdette with HR.
And I'm gonna have to ask for an executive.
How much time are you thinking?
About 10 minutes.
And what's the
Personally.
personnel, and then what's the subject?
We need to review a proposed employee hire, but I have some questions and some stuff that I have.
So I move that we recess to executive session under the following exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act pursuant to non-elected personnel matter exception to discuss details of the offer. Open session will resume today at 10:15.
Second.
Enter in at 10:05, come out at 10:15, and those to attend are Fred, myself, Stephanie Burdette, anyone else?
Second, yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Just see. I really think it's This day that we have there at the senior center was.
I just want to executive session for me to for personal.
But anyway, I'm just FYI. Do those-
I don't know if you want me to ask them.
That just kind of amplifies. So that one.
Okay, hold
It was,
Just knock that stuff back. Do you want Jay Okay, she's gonna call you. Heather's gonna call
Yeah, so because Monday's always the next Tuesday after the machine. Okay. Was it? It's just funny.
Yeah, they're in executive session.
That's all that I can
Yeah.
bring up. County Road 245.
Well, you're in the HR director, and then they have the sheriff, and then they have another, they have like 4 people waiting. We're about a half an hour behind on you.
That's okay.
So if you can wait.
I can't.
Okay, awesome. Okay, yeah, just have a seat. And they'll get to you when they can.
I didn't want to have the Christmas thing up in the beginning. That was not fun. It came late, but
I hope to get the date from the school in the next couple of weeks, because there's a lot of things going on, my kids are going to go to, I can step out.
yeah.
Let me knock on their door real quick. 1 minute.
What I have to present is a proposal for a new hire for a general transportation driver. Stephen Barger, Barger, at $11 an hour.
I would move that we approve the hiring of Steve Barker at $11 an hour as a part-time driver for general transportation. I don't see an effective date though.
She's waiting waiting until it was approved and she's
Okay.
okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And everything?
Did you want to sign it? Then I'll do BARGER. And then I'll bring it to you.
What's today?
Today is the 29th? Oh, gosh. Sorry. It's not 2029.
Good try.
Sorry, confusing her.
I don't want to be any older than I am. Okay, is Chris out there?
Yes, yeah.
Let me again.
That would be great.
Hello. Sure.
On the best one, we'll get reimbursement after that to a grant. A little bit. Replace that, make it best.
This one's the best.
We're just replacing the outdated vests.
Oh,
We
okay,
didn't get a grant to pay for half of it.
yep, okay.
So they'll come back and reimburse us for that.
So what happened to the old vests? You ship them back to
We talked
them?
about this last time.
No, they go to our closet, can't use them,
Well,
they're
okay, but,
expired. A lot of guys will put them on the back of their car seats, just for a little added layer of.
oh, okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
The grant usually, I'm sure, on their local, so the grant should be bigger than 1%.
Oh, what's the grant? So it's something new, or it's just the reimbursement?
Should be a reimbursement.
What's the grant mean?
It's under the cost rate.
So does that come to you and then it
That goes to general,
goes to, well, I mean, the treasurer and then they put it in there?
goes to general funds or anything.
Is that where that miscellaneous thing is at sometimes?
That's, I think that's what our peanut grants go to.
Yeah, I think she's gonna, I'd like to get that a little more itemized so that when we're reading our reports and we can see those versus just having a bulk number that says miscellaneous. So it comes out of share fund, but you're doing that commodities since it's a product.
Put the insurance.
So can I do these in the same motion? So I would move that we approve purchase order number
Drop left hand corner.
3726 for the purchase of taser and battery
It's taters and batteries.
to Axon Enterprise for the amount of $4,694.49 from the sheriff department line item commodity. And then also approve purchase order 3725 to Angel Armor for vests and additional equipment in the amount of $11,412.44 from the sheriff fund commodity line item.
Second,
All those in favor say aye.
aye.
And you guys need this.
We signed both. Okay, so
Yep.
Which line?
I forgot how the girls check the name.
Is that everything?
Nope.
Oh,
We'll talk about buildings.
Sure.
Towers.
yes.
We need to make a decision on what we're gonna do. I don't know if we got any business.
Because there was an end date, correct, on the,
There was nothing came in mail last week, but there'd be Saturday, so I'm gonna go get Saturday's mail.
so you had some bids you
We
had
had
sought out.
Yes, we had quite a few bids. The most bid was. Yeah, 62,000 for a complete turnkey done.
Yeah, I was talking about the storage.
But we're talking about the buildings that are gonna house some of the equipment for the 800 series.
Yes.
And how many of those are there?
Three.
Three different sites. The other thing we've talked about, I don't know if you guys are interested in that, is the Conex buildings.
Right,
One of those is significantly less, but we've had to insulate it and all that stuff, which would probably still put it significantly less than 60,000.
you can buy them already made, however you want them, but.
Right, but we'd have to still insulate them.
Right, yeah.
Heating and air and all that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it's a company, you can modify them any way you want.
We would like to start moving forward, because we're going to have a boundary measure around that. So that can start with the road bridge, they're okay with that. Start getting that ready.
So because we didn't have a response with the advertising.
Right.
I'm not sure if it was an RFP, but we advertised
I think
for
it
it.
was our application.
So you can start putting together information that you've been researching for other options.
Yeah.
And bring that. I'm fine with, yeah, because we have to do something.
We have to get moving, because more roads get very impatient.
Yeah. So with the, you said working with Road and Bridge about concrete,
Yes.
do they pour concrete?
Can you guys, she's asking if you can pour the concrete pad?
Yeah, that was long to see if we could do it. You said 10 by 14 approximately.
We'd have to figure out how to, yeah, at least probably 10 by 12, something like that.
Or we can get
Something to that, and maybe a
get
little
all
less,
those
maybe a
numbers,
little.
whatever you're talking
Hey,
about.
Brett,
Yeah.
do you know if you need like areas where they're gonna need to bring wires up into the building, or is that gonna be?
It'll all be done, probably to the side,
Okay.
through the side of the building, I'm guessing.
So can you meet with Ryan sometime quickly and let him know all your details of what you need, and then hopefully just as soon as you
Bring
can.
all the bits in one day.
And that all comes out of the ARPA funds, right?
That,
Because it's the 800 series, which we
Yeah.
we were putting all of the ARPA money towards.
and it was above and beyond the contract. We had to supply the.
Oh, so that's not in the ARPA?
I don't think that's part of the actual contract with Motorola.
Can you-
That is an addition.
Can you just double check all that? Because if
I know that.
it's not in the ARPA funds, then we have to figure out where we're funding it from.
Right, and it is not in there. Because our fund took the main, whatever the contract with Motorola was.
Right.
Okay, so then bring us options of the different funds that would be appropriate to deal with sheriff
That I don't know.
expenses.
Well, it wouldn't be sure if it's the county.
This is county.
Or it's your guys, so it's not mine. Sorry.
Okay, then we're gonna have to look to see what funds. So maybe Melinda could help us with that. Of what areas, what line items are appropriate for that. Okay,
I'll make sure I'll have to look at it.
yeah, try to be sending us that. I mean, if
I
you're
can
wanting
send
a
it before
decision, because we are gonna have to look to see what fund that might come out of and what's available and what's actually in the budget for this year that's available to spend. That fits that. Anything that you get, just start sending us so that we can see the dollar amount, because we gotta look to see what line item has budgeted funds for this year.
Okay, we'll do that.
Because I didn't realize that wasn't in the art.
The generators for.
All right, thank you. Amanda Coleman, Economic Development.
Hello. Ridgeway Township passed the neighborhood revitalization program, and so we just need a motion from you and the chairperson to sign and Rhonda to attest. And they didn't get their attest, so I'll send it back to them. Jim.
So my motion is gonna be that we are accepting that Ridgeway Township is joining the, so I make the motion to accept that Ridgeway Township will be joining the neighborhood revitalization program in Osage County.
Second,
All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Aye. Never sign this.
So, yep, you sign as chairperson, and then Rhonda will sign as your attest, and then Jim Schneider, I have to take it back to him to final it. We'll make it official.
Caitlin Minor, Health Department.
I have a couple of things.
Sure.
Dr. Ransom has given me an official report date, 12/31 this year. I have reached out to doctors in Osage City and Carbondale with Putnam Hill, and neither of them are interested in taking the role.
Of medical director.
Yes. The role the plan is for it to be a dual role as the coroner and the medical director. If I can't find someone that has an interest in doing it as a dual role, then what I will look at is calling maybe frontier forensics, seeing if they have somebody, and I have a list, I'm working with Carl Lee from Cali County, to see if I can get hold of someone is with him, and I've contacted some of those contacts as well. He gave me a contact for their health officer, who is a MD, and I'm going to see if he would be interested in being the medical director. If not, then I'm going to start working on other neighboring counties, because Franklin County, there's no interest over there. So I have to start working with Lyon and Shawnee counties. And if not, we're gonna have to read things.
And so what happens if we can't find her?
Can't find when I should double check on what happened, but we operate under Dr. Ransom's signature. So if we can't find one, we would be able to get vaccines. And all of our papers are re-signed, I believe.
So is it just the vaccines or is there other signatures?
I need to double check, but I believe it's just the vaccines. I don't know, if maybe we can operate under the state. Indeed, because I know we have someone like KDHE that signs some of those orders for us to be able to give the COVID vaccines. So I'm working on getting a hold of my nurse at KDHE to see if that's an option for us. If not, then I'll come back with more info when I get it on what the next steps are. And then we do have new guidelines for COVID quarantine. Household and close contacts. I'm going to adopt the CDC guidelines. They no longer need to quarantine. They can wear a mask if they want. If their employer chooses to enforce that, that's fine. I'm not enforcing that. I do free testing still with them.
Okay.
And I have at-home tests as well. So,
Question from Jay, can EMS act as our coroner?
yes, but I need
Yes.
to get more information on
But
that
she needs
because
to get more information,
I believe they have to have additional training.
because she believes they need additional training.
Would you visit with Chris?
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, reach out to him.
We talked about it.
okay, okay, I will put you,
Thank you.
yes, that's the next two things, yes. I'll put you on speaker if you can mute the background. Okay, all right, I will put you on speaker. Okay, you're on speaker, Jay.
Hello?
He's there.
Is he listening or is he gonna talk?
I don't think he has anything to say right now, but he wants to be on for the next two things.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry, I misunderstood.
So the new guidelines will be on the website by the end of today. I will update that. So I'm just adopting what the CDC has. I've not gotten anything from KDHE yet saying that they're adopting it, but several other counties are adopting it. So I would like to adopt it because if they're in close contact and the CDC said they can do it, I'm not going to make our county residents keep
Yeah,
following
and the
them.
CDC basically just rolled everything.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
might as well.
I'm looking into a resume building workshop. If I get enough interest, I'll do it on September 12th at 2 p.m. at the health department. It will be for anybody who needs it, just kind of some guidance and assistance on how to create a resume. And then we will print it out that day so they have a hard copy. So anybody who needs it, it's free, no charge. I will work one-on-one with people if they need, or they can come in and do this whole group. We're drug screening certified. We finished it last week. We are certified. I have everything ordered that we need. I need to meet with Stephanie because she will have to request pre-filled forms for the county. And then the certifications themselves, like our actual license or certificate is coming from Debbie with compliance one. And then our AC and furnace need replaced. I have a quote from Trinity Team. It is a little over 13,000.
What happened to the heater? It just went up.
We have one AC that is like one unit that is not fully running how it should. It's basically about to just give up. It's on its last leg, so to speak.
Do you want to work on that project?
So I have one quote from Trinity Team. I don't know, do I need to get other quotes? I don't know what contract with them. I know that's who does all the maintenance for heat.
Well, I think for that cost, we're gonna have to put out at the end of the request for proposal to see what's available and we know for sure that it needs to be replaced or?
Yes. They are the 2 air conditioner units, he said, are over 20 years old. And the furnace, I believe that was also.
Is that what Trinity had said?
Yes.
Because he's the one that comes out and they're supposed to do like a quarterly inspection.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so probably need that report because we may want to visit with them about it, but yeah, you're gonna have to get the specifications so that if we're gonna put it out for bid, we know what we're bidding.
Yes, absolutely. So I will, can I email that to you guys and?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, when you do a group email, we can't respond on that because it's, for informational purposes, you can send it, we can't respond because then if the 3 of us are working on something, we can't do that, but, or you can send it to us in 3 separate emails if you want us to respond, but.
And that's
Okay.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Next item is Brad Rose. Hi. Good morning.
Response to your death last week.
Yes.
Know me as Gabby. We purchased the property for 60. There was 2 residences and a school house. After going to a lot of property, there was no fence on the property. No one should have thought there was. Fix it, fence or- I went over to the county.
We have to, yeah.
We went over to the county road and bridge department. Jordan Bridge supervisor at that time, looked at the maps. And he said it was never a township, it was a public road. Private access. He sent me down here to the coordinator. She looked again. He said it was never a road. Even though in time it was access. It was never a public road. Again, after clearing out the property. So that go a little bit. Road and bridge department just to confirm that. I got some Google Earth search here. There you go, Google Earth. The back of time. Here's one from 2014. 2 years before I purchased the property. 2014, 2 years before I purchased the property. Now, the first photo shows.
Can you, I'm trying to get my bearings here. Which is, where's Shawnee Heights Road on here?
Shawnee Heights Road
Is that the angled road?
Right, yeah, gravel road, I think.
And so we're talking about this intersection right there. That's where the gate's at.
yes.
Okay.
You can see that my neighbor is already accessing his property from his current access, halfway down. You can see where he's traveling.
Up here.
That's his pasture. On the next page, it's 2014 also, but it does show a little bit bigger picture. It shows the hay bales that were there 2 years prior to me coming here.
It's blocking the access from them.
Oh, I see.
And then there's now the photo 2016, and they're not that new, so, but now you can see this is where I've actually cleared the property. The fence line is out. There's 2 bales of hay still sitting there. And that's to keep vandals out. That was going to his property. I mean, you can see the access road. And if you notice from 2014, 2016, there is an extra camper.
Those people over there.
So, as far as I know, this is the first that it's ever resigned to this act, that's what this is. it's completely, it's completely gone. And now, I mean, windows look out years ago. 20 something. So. Again, on the third page is 2016 again, which shows, you can see the road line, and then I cleared out full. So that makes sense. So, and
This here, what's this back here?
there's a marijuana drive going on in progress.
This is a building?
It's dry, it's a process. It's all. So trying to build a fence. He brought you a picture of a really nice lane. When I started, I did take quite a bit of time clearing out. So rain, and as I got farther down and got closer and now I started with the curve. Spinach, things progressed a little bit and got a little bit bigger. I did not clear out that lane. Certainly had no way.
Where does his property start?
This is his property.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah, so this is just the edge of the.
So this whole thing is his.
Yes.
I think the question that I would have is similar to last week, which is kind of back to Ryan is, we do just have to legally figure out, was it a road? Is it a road?
Shows that road's closed. And
Say that again.
if you look at your map on the third last page, you go west of 1 mile, and you go to where Shawnee Heights is, you'll see that road coming from the east, and there's nothing going west there. So that was just like a.
It's the little picture.
We access.
This one.
It looks like this.
Yeah, I'm on this very last one, where the road actually comes up from the east, this is Shawnee Heights, then it goes back to the north and shows the old road. It goes behind Spencer. Back there.
It looks like at one time it might have been a road, but you're thinking somebody at some point just put in something, but it was never, do we have anything legal that shows that it was ever a road at any time?
I don't have anything that I've been able to find out.
That's not a section line. That's a quarter section, so Kansas is a section line
So if
road
this is,
law.
if this is 265th, why wouldn't it have continued on?
Because that's a half section or quarter section. The original roads are all laid out on a mile section. And that would be the only ones that have a legal description. If you look on your property, there's no, if that was a mile line, your abstract or your title would say there's a right of way for a road of so many feet, 30 feet or 40 feet. This here will not say that.
Yeah, when you pull that up, you just got the solid red line.
Right, and it doesn't have a right of way built into it.
No.
So anything,
So
and that's the problem, so it's not an official road at any time.
And it doesn't have.
And if you go all the way back to, I think my oldest map, you can go farther back on Google Maps. I've never met Mr. Persley. I've been in that area my whole life. Mr. Persley has been there for 5 years. That's not the first time I met him. He confronted me, came up to my house and asked me for an easement as he could get through there. I put the dates in strictly for the power company, to get the power line. So.
Can I ask a question on that, Ryan? So if at some point there was a home here, why would there not have ever been a road put in for someone's home?
It would have just been a private drive.
It had been a driveway,
So this would have been a private drive?
yes.
Okay, so the structure's still there, so why is this no longer a private drive?
That's not his property.
It's not his property.
And it was probably a private drive for the school purposes.
Right.
Right, there was a school there.
So-
on our side.
So somebody put in a private drive to their home, but they put it in on someone else's property?
They did it without actually going through their easement.
Right.
It was just a verbal between one owner and the other owner.
Because I mean, it really does look like at some point,
Well, it
this,
does.
Well, yeah.
it went through, you
I
know.
took a
Well, like I said, but that's, but it's not a legal road.
I had to take a whole different through there to clear it. 2016.
Yeah.
That's how bad. So Mr. Hershey approached me last October. I told him, he told me that he's been going through there for years. I reminded him that there was no way he could go through there. And that's when he told me that he could get through there by driving over on the other property. And that's probably why the hay is there, it's to prevent that backing. It's actually said the hay is going to chip it. I don't have to blow up.
I think he did say he used to drive that and then go around that.
But he has not drove it since early.
Oh,
So even then, he just as a personal, private matter, he could not claim it as it being a current easement.
From a county standpoint, do we have any legal involvement in this? Or is this a personal issue? Because if it's not a county road, it's not a township road, and
Yeah,
there's
the
no
furthest
fishery.
thing that I'm looking at is on the mapping system showing it's not road.
Right. So you gotta survey it and find out where the property line is and then go from there.
2016, Mr. Percy was unavailable to talk to, I work with. So going from that original roadway that does go east from here, I used property maps and I carried my foot straight across and then down to that original corner. So far as I can tell, my part property boundary, my fence line is pretty accurate. When he confronted me last October, I asked him to do the same, was to go to County Road and Bridge, and he's quarter here, and come and talk to him. He's got to do that. He has never come back and talked to me about getting access to this property. He's got to take a court. So. He's vandalizing our fence, he pulled his mower to the fence line, so he couldn't mow it, and he showed you that picture. I've been spraying with my own since 2016. I didn't need him to do that for me. That is by no way can it be used for ambulance service. He would have to use the access road that he's currently
Well, that's just a pasture.
on. And it is.
I just find it,
It was their main driveway for all
Oh,
the
was it?
people that were living over there.
That's the path he's been taking since the early 2000s. I mean, and when he returned, he knew what he had and left. When he returned, he seen a nice open clearing. Now, I believe all he wants to do is take advantage of it. Let me clear it out.
I think we had told him to get anything he had to Road and Bridge, and then our counselor wanted to look at all the documents as a whole. And if you want to send something, you know, to Ryan that we could forward, but if there's no county involvement, then it's really a civil matter between you and him.
I've been here to talk to clear it. I've been here to talk to the things, because he was. Well, did put no cattle. I'm asking to have a survey. If I need to move my fence for the survey, I will move my fence. I told him that. You show me where I'm wrong, and I'll fix it. But now, right now, it's just a matter of where that boundary is. It's not a matter of.
And so according to the county, like so when you buy property, you have the,
Property description.
yeah, and you could also check with the appraiser and have him double check the property lines. Maybe they're, yes,
Is there, just by chance, on a 911 call, does it recognize that road or not?
that would be a question probably for the sheriff's department. Because they're the ones that do all the 911 addresses, right?
Because if it doesn't recognize it, it may very well not be a road, that's not there anymore. That's my question, is whether it's recognized to not do that.
Yeah, really, there just needs to be a survey to show the accurate property lines, and then each landowner would know if that fence is in the right place or not.
Is that Bruce Rose?
I'm Brent.
Brent, oh,
Bruce, I think he's the fire chief.
I'm the fire chief. He's got the names.
To use as a fire out.
he said he wants to know if you'll look it up and see if that actually shows up on 911 purposes. You got, you have it.
I can do that.
He said he can do that. Okay. Well, I think, I don't know that we helped any, but it sounds like that as he's done research. I mean, if it was a county road or
Right.
township road, then it would be that responsibility of those entities, but
On Google Maps, you can go on to Google Maps and you go to the edit button.
Is there anybody that would be landlocked if that road wasn't there?
No.
No.
Right. So,
But you can go on to Google Maps and you go into edit. You sign in the Google Maps and you can add a driveway to your property, or you can add a missing road to Google. At one point in time, somebody had logged into Google and added this road. So you look at.
he did bring us that old map
right.
and it showed a half road. I don't know where that.
Yeah, but as I said, that's an old map. And it was just.
It was some sort of a directory and it did have a half mile road. I don't know what I did with that.
You can look at the older maps and it will show it, that it was never.
Right. So it was never legally described as a road.
I'm on an 1819 map that shows that.
Right.
On 18, so in Google Maps, you can go in and you can edit, for people who are building homes out off the roads and back in, they can go in and edit Google Maps and show, so they can get their Amazon deliveries or UPS deliveries and it'll show up. So you can go into Google Maps, you can go to any mapping platform that uses Google, and it will show you a 1/4 mile road there. And that's just because at one point in time, somebody has gone in and added it. And I can go in and take it off.
You're getting in the legal stuff way above us.
Yeah.
Well, it's just.
Appreciate you guys.
You know,
Yeah.
if there was anything,
If it was
you know,
county related, we tried to resolve it, but
Yeah,
at this point, if there's no legal involvement for us, there
Yeah.
isn't anything that we can do except try to facilitate conversations with the correct people, but. And that's kind of what we were pursuing last week, that we had Ryan look into, and that the council said, if you get me everything, if there's something legal on our end, he said, we'll pursue that, but if there isn't anything we can do.
I appreciate that.
okay,
So, but over in regards to what's there, that's impossible. It's impassable for vehicles. There's no way.
right.
You can barely get a side by side through there. So the call was, when I talked to dispatch, I told them they couldn't get there. So I would get him out through the road because they would have to take a journey through 300 yards of weeds, brush, and everything else. Not to mention, how hard we get that ambulance down there. So it wasn't, we're denied access with an ambulance. It just wasn't.
It's not
possible.
passable.
No, you can't even drive a tractor.
So if that was never a road, he really, what that gentleman may need to do is his driveway where he's kind of accessing through the field needs to be made into a more sufficient driveway, I guess, for vehicles.
But I just want to say that
Okay.
it wasn't denied access for an ambulance. It was not.
It's not.
Right.
Even if the gate was open, you're saying there's no way to get through there.
No, and my request was only to get a journey through there because it probably would be easier than the trek through the
Patch.
weeds,
Right.
because I didn't realize his paper was set away from the actual.
Homestead.
Yeah, what it was, and matter of fact, the reason why I found him is because his verification was running. So, and I just followed the sound of the air conditioner to find out, because there's several old campers and stuff on that end of that site. So,
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
I will say this, everybody I've talked to from that area does not believe there's ever been a road there.
Okay,
Right,
well, so far what Ryan looked into, that he cannot find any
right.
information showing that there was a road, so.
No, there's no proof.
Right.
Okay, next, is it Teresa Prescott?
Yes.
You're next.
Okay, well, thank you for having me today on the agenda. And probably 95% of what I'm gonna talk about is township roads, which I know is not county. The 10% of county I'm gonna talk about is a bridge, which I understand all bridges in the county are the county's responsibility.
No, depends on the size of
Depends
the
on the
bridge.
size,
Okay.
small
There
little
are some
ones
very small
can
ones.
be township.
So,
Okay, well, first of all, I'll start. My first one, both of the roads I'm gonna talk about today, one is at South Auburn Road and 213th Street, which would be north of Osage, about 3.5 miles.
yes.
It has always been, in the 40-some years I've lived out there, called a low maintenance road, which is fine.
Auburn and 201st, is that?
213th.
Okay.
It sets on a curve and this little road kind of, South Auburn Road kind of jags off.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Well, in years, it's become a playground for mutters.
Yes.
Totally terrible.
And like sofas and furniture.
And furniture and trash. But anyhow, we have hay ground down there on one side of the road and we have cropland on the other side. Getting through with a swapper and a combine, and I do have one picture.
And is
I
that
know
the
I
county?
don't have a lot of document, but this is one picture of my husband when
And
he
that's a
got
3-ton
stuck.
bridge,
And that it was, when he
which
got,
is shaky at that.
well, and it's completely gone. We have Mr. Steinley, Bud Steinley, who owned this land that we farmed from him, who's passed away now. He would put in some temporary boards. Since then, we have went down and nailed in temporary boards just to get across. We now have, at the end of that road, Mennonite and Amish family living, they build a house at the end of South Auburn Road. And they do come down that with their horse and their buggies.
They're on the north end.
They
I
are
haven't been down there since.
right up against Dragoon Township. That next road is Dragoon.
Okay,
Okay, Dragoon Township has been nice enough to come over into Superior and grade that road a little ways for them. We have personally, never my husband complained, have went down and repeatedly pulled cars and trucks out of there that have been stuck. Most of them are illegal. We found drugs, we found stripped cars. We've had to physically, my husband has, take deputies and sheriff in his tractor down to the spot. That is how bad it is. Nothing to get through. My concern is my safety for the safety for my husband going down this. I understand it's low maintenance, but I think if we would maintain this road, if the Superior Township, which is twice a year, maintain it and make it not such a fun land for mutters and all that. Trim the brush back a bit without tearing swappers up and combines. Maybe it would become passable in that. Saturday, I did have the family, and I'm sorry, I don't like to refer to them as Mennonite or Amish, but I don't know their names. He stopped me and asked me about the road and how it all, and all this. And so I explained to him that I was coming here today, and he thought he might try to figure it out. But anyhow, I have repeatedly called Superior Township. I have talked with their chairperson, I have talked with individual members on the board. They don't see any reason they should continue. Recently, one of the other landowners on there, informed us, no, that road's closed. And I'm like, no, it's not, because we as a family never received a letter from the township saying, we're gonna close this road, you object. So I know that's not true. Signs have been taken down, which is another one of my big gripes, is county signs, in the country. They're destroyed, and I know they're knocked down, they're turned sideways, they're laying down. The road that says low maintenance is gone. I mean, it's totally gone, there's no sign, saying that. And, anyhow, that's one of my things. I don't know all the ins and outs of how the county can step in. I've researched a little bit on this. if the township, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, if the township won't comply and try to make an effort to attempt, to do a little work to it, to make it passable, the county can step in and they can maintain that road and send that bill to the county or to the township to be paid.
Don't think so.
We can't do that.
I want it checked out though. I'm sure it's set.
Yeah,
It's in the statute somewhere.
we cannot go in and rebuild the road. If we do, that's on our dime.
You charge the township. If you research
Legally,
that.
we can't.
Yeah, you can. You need to research it. You need to research your statutes on that. If they do not make an attempt, and, like right now, I'm talking to the family here before, there's no way, and sheriff can't get down. Nobody can get down when there's an emergency.
with the road, yes.
And it's a mess, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of not getting any satisfaction from our Superior Township. Okay, the next road that is also Superior Township is at West 245th, which is known as the airport road to a lot of people in the county, in Osage. It's totally impassable. There's no way.
Are you still at Auburn and 245th?
No, now we're at West 245th. It is south of Osage. Well, it's still, I think it's in city limits, actually.
What's the
A little bit.
crossroad?
What's your crossroad? I'm kind of looking on the map.
9th Street. It'd be 9th Street. I don't know what that turns into when it hits, I know it's 9th Street when you're in the city limits, but once you cross out, I'm not sure what it becomes.
Because 245th is actually, once you go towards go west on the airport, it actually turns to California.
Yes. Yes, yes.
This road could be a little further south. It's gonna be, as you're going down 245th, instead of turning towards California.
Are any of you familiar with the Romine Ridge area?
Yeah, and I've got my map here. I'm just trying to.
Okay,
But California's over here.
yeah, I don't know, let me see.
Are you talking about this road coming up right here? Here's 245th.
245th, and then those roads will go right across.
Okay, here's Auburn Road.
Right.
This is what we're talking.
This was the first thing you were talking
Yeah,
about.
and you keep coming out to 245th, and it's this right here.
Right.
You're talking about this road.
Okay. To this point right here, there's a house. There's a house there. Okay, down that road, past that house, to the house, they kept it maintained. I went down it the other day. There's a tree laying halfway in it, and I'm surprised they haven't complained because they do live there. But once you go past that house, all maintenance has stopped.
Is that county, city, or township?
It's the township.
Right.
We have hay ground down there, we have a pasture. And we're not even asking, the tail end of that road has always been, Osage City's gonna put in a big airport, so we're going to just get rid of that road. That's went on for 25 plus years now, and it's never happened. And I don't care all about the east end of that road, does not matter. But I want it so that we can access our stock trailer to get our cattle out in the fall, winter, and to get our cattle back in the spring. My husband has had to go in, take his loader on his tractor, go to a coal mine on our property, dig out coal dirt to go fill so he can at least turn the corner to get our cattle out. Excuse me. I approached them about this, and I was told, you need to build new holding pens and a corral on the county road, which would be Indian Hills, is that right? Is that the next one?
Right.
And I said, okay, are you gonna pay me the money to put in new holding pens and sorting and all that? I don't think that's right. I don't think, and I'm not asking for them to maintain that whole road. I'm just asking them to maintain it enough that we can get our stock trailer down there to get our cattle out.
You're on 245th now, you're talking about.
The one that you would, right before you get to Romine Ridge, and you would turn.
All right, here's a sheet, like right in here. Right in this area.
Okay, wait a minute now, okay. Now,
I guess it's called South Auburn Road. It just keeps going. And then through town,
Okay.
it's known as 9th Street. And when it gets out there again, it reverts back to South Auburn Road.
that one shows the dotted line. That's what-
The family that lives there now, is a Keefe.
Okay,
Darcy, yes.
Keefe, yes, Darcy and Dalton, correct, Keefe. And,
Scotty Williamson built that house.
yes, Scott Williamson built that, so it might be on there as that.
okay, that's east of Scotty Williamson's house there.
Yes,
Okay,
yes. And you can just tell that they, maintained it up to that point, which, you know,
right,
but then
That's not correct, Teresa.
we also, and I'm surprised,
Hold on just a second. Jay, what was your question?
I think their farm ground that goes to the south of that probably belongs to Route 9.
they, on the south of 245th, on the road I'm talking about, is Romine. They have a pasture. And then it is Salberg, my family's pasture, that goes to the corner then of Indian Hills. On the other side, on the north side of 245th, after you pass Keefe's, it becomes Lucas Robert. He has a crop, he has crop. And I don't know how many times Lucas has had people drive up through his crops, destroying them to get around, to get down that road. And it's usually, I'm talking the mudders, the fun.
yeah.
And there again, if some of these roads, and I know, and people do live on both these roads I'm talking about now. So they do need, to me, access for fire trucks and ambulances or whatever emergency vehicles. Plus, just a little maintenance now and again. And I don't like it being said that these roads are closed because they are not closed. And I know that one totally is not closed, even though they tried to tell me they had closed it because the Schroeder Trust, Mike Schroeder, received a letter, they were wanting to close it, and he said no, because it would landlock him. And so the road is not closed. It did not happen. And I guess what I'm tired of fighting. I have fought with them for years now about just give us a little maintenance, or close the road. And then I don't know what we'll do, but
So what's their response?
they don't want to do
Sounds like
it.
bull.
Well, we just don't want to do it. We just don't want to do it. We don't have any money. We're poor. Well, maybe, I pay taxes there.
Right.
I mean, that's
And-
what irritates
And they
me.
have one of the lowest mill levies too.
Yes,
So they need to raise the mill levy
yes,
if they're not. I talked to Nathan Lindsay.
yes.
Wow,
Nathan he is our maintainer, I think.
Right.
And we went through, I don't know how many maintainers in the last 10
Well,
years.
it's a part-time job, I
Yeah.
understand that. And most of them are
Coming
part-time
out
jobs.
of Osage is actually a pretty nice road up to that house, and then it goes to crap after that, correct?
Yes,
And is there another house on that road other than that house?
no,
Well, Williamson probably gravelled his own road when he built it back there.
and I mean, and I'm not asking for gravel, I'm not asking for any of that, I am simply asking for ruts to be cut out and the brush cut back a foot or two, that's all I'm asking for. And I don't know, like I said, what I read was that when a township does not take care of that, the county can step in, maintain it, and send the bill to the township to pay if they
I don't know
refuse.
that. You don't have to find that statute.
I'll find it.
I would like to see it.
Okay. I would have been more, I got sick over
Hey,
it.
that's okay.
And I keep the flu and I haven't done a lot more, but, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what you guys can do, it's been a thing that's been on ballots and I love countywide maintenance. I wish
Is
that
that-
would have happened.
Is that just a pasture road or are you hay down there?
We hay in its pasture.
Okay,
We hay Schroeder's.
okay.
We hay theirs, Schroeder's. We put up the hay there, which to that point, not too bad. But you go from here to that wall and it's just gone. I mean,
Wow.
gone. Well, in fact, I had some emergency guys on rescue or whatever tell me there was an accident there. And when they were on the road, the car, which hit this, they could walk right off the road onto the hood of the car. That's just the difference. I mean, the drop off is incredible. I mean, there's just, I mean, you just understand.
How to drive it, but.
Yeah. Oh, you can't drive. You can't drive it. Believe me, you can't. I've seen you when you're straight. No, you can't.
Yeah. Now you're getting personal.
But I guess,
Sling some mud too.
I don't know, I don't know what relationship or what authority you
Well-
guys have as commissioners.
We don't have authority over townships.
I know.
And-
Townships are their own taxing entity and they have their own elected body. And so that's why we don't have authority, because we're elected, but we take care of county issues, but they are their own elected body. So basically, if there's people who don't like what's going on in that township, you have to vote in different people. I mean, that's.
And we did have one person go on, I believe it's the write-in. I guess he won. I never saw it during the queue.
Oh, okay.
And he understands. But I
And
just-
the brush is actually the landowner's responsibility.
the brush.
Yes. Now, if it's, the township is responsible for emergency or service vehicles. So if a school bus had to use that route,
Mhm.
then they would have,
Okay.
and if a tree fell across the road, they'd have to go cut a chunk out of it. They're not obligated to pick up the brush and do. If the tree falls on your fence, it's your
Right,
fence.
right,
You
right.
know, so, but, and likewise, if you're trying to get an 18-foot swather down through there, that's your problem.
But if it's not our property,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, that's still use of the road. It's not your responsibility. And, you know,
So,
I trim the brush on my road too, just so I
oh, well,
get
we
my
trim
fair
brush
share.
too on
on
our
both
other roads that we travel. all
I
the
know
time.
that, but that's
By railroad tracks and everywhere, we've done that because they don't do that either.
right,
So,
but it is truly the landowner's responsibility.
Okay.
You said you had one on county. You had a county road.
well, no, my county issue is the bridge.
Yeah,
And I would like you guys to look at that. That is on the road that I was talking.
it's
earlier
on Auburn
today.
Road, just north of 213th,
The
about
South Auburn Road and
a
213.
couple hundred feet. And it's a shaky bridge. And it's a narrow bridge.
I have that written down.
Yeah,
You gonna go look at it, or that's one you already know is an issue?
No, I have it written down on my list.
yeah. It's a wooden plank bridge and it's only rated at 3 ton.
And that's a county bridge.
Well, yeah, it'd be big enough, that's county bridge.
I believe it's the link big enough.
25 square foot makes it a county bridge,
Yeah.
5 by 5. But you could put a big railroad tube in there maybe. Railroad culvert might handle it. You'd have to have them check it, but that would be the best thing if they could do that.
Are you gonna look, are you gonna go, I'll look at Ryan, or you're already familiar with it?
Yeah, I'll look at it.
Well, I will find that other information
Okay.
and try to get back on your agenda at another time, but thanks for listening to
Yes,
me.
thank you. Okay. Do you have something you'd like to,
Yes,
what's your name?
Ryan Rainey.
Brian Ramey, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I have a few questions for you all. Does the state receive funding, or the county receive funding from the state to maintain county roads?
No.
Any funding at all?
It's on our budgets.
The state kind of gives money to the county?
There is a little
maintain
bit on
roads?
FAS routes.
Right.
Mind you, a small amount, I
Mike,
believe, but that's about it.
okay, and the county has authority to close county roads for maintenance? You can close a county road if maintenance is going on, gravel road?
Yeah, we
If
can.
maintenance is going on.
Working on it.
Well,
If there's not any maintenance going on, what would cause the county to close a county road?
Which road?
I'm sorry,
Which road, sir?
Well, we're talking 245 from like Wanamaker up to Linden to 75 highway has barricades there, it says local traffic only. And there's no construction going on there. Homeowners can't keep residents of the county from traveling a road because they don't want dust. K-31's closed from 100 days from July 25th, it's supposed to be open. But there's barricades there because the homeowners along that road did not want traffic coming down there because of dust.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
the original reason why those signs were put there is because semis are using that as a detour route instead of. Just a second, instead of the proposed detour route, which is actually not a gravel road at all.
The detour route from Gate to through Scranton up to 75 highway and up. Yeah, I know the detour.
So we at request of the township, we put those up there not because of the traffic of the vehicles, it was for safety purposes.
There should be a sign there. There should be a sign there stating no trucks.
There is a
Absolutely
sign.
no trucks, but that road should not be closed to regular traffic to come up through there because I understand whatever the township asks, it's the county responsibility to keep that road open. Sheriff cannot give a ticket for somebody going through there on a road that is not under construction, just because the homeowners don't want somebody driving down that road. I was told that there's dust control, the sheriff deputy that my son had told that the barricade had flipped over, and my son picked it up, told him that they didn't want anybody traveling down there because the township asked him because of the dust. Now, I understand about big trucks, that road is a narrow road.
Right.
So the big trucks should not be allowed down that road, but it should not be restricted for regular vehicles to travel up a county road because there's no construction.
The day they put the signs up there and it says no trucks, I drove that and it was right after a rain. And I met 2 semis on that road.
Absolutely.
And you had to pick your spots where you were gonna pass.
Absolutely, and if there is a sign
And
there,
if you don't
no trucks, and a truck goes down there, it comes out to 75 highway. I mean, I know the sheriff deputies have more to do than just to sit at that corner, but if they wanted to stop that, they could stop that. But as far as regular traffic, we should not be having to detour, come clear across. If we're wanting to go down 268, coming back up off 75 to the roundabout, and go to Ottawa, or go to Pomona, or go to Vassar, we shouldn't have to come clear down here to 6th Street and wait for all the traffic to come all the way through, because you can't see the garage on the left-hand side here if you're coming from Osage going east. There's a truck that sits out there on the road, blocks traffic, can't see traffic coming. If there's a car coming up there, 25 mile an hour, I think, speed limit through town, you can't see anything until it gets past, right past that truck on 6th Street. But that road should not be
Say that
closed.
again. Say that again.
Yes.
Ryan is still here.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan, Jay wants you to come up here so that he can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not here.
When the state came and talked to us, and they said that they would help with the road, and they're the ones that made the route of 245th to Wanamaker, 253rd, and they would put that 253rd in. And not only would they pay for some gravel on that, they would also pay for dust control on that. Is that the way I understood that?
Not on 245th, only on Morel.
But I'm talking 245th, and it is the Wanamaker.
Oh, yeah, on the back way from 6th Street, 253rd.
Yeah.
Township requested that we close, or that we put a stop traffic on up that road.
Yes, they did.
Traffic from that cruiser.
Yeah, and it wasn't to stop other vehicles, it was mainly to try to keep the semis from running down that road and running people off the road.
And you're right, they're not gonna stop using, I use it myself, but if you use it with that common sense, it's not a problem, it's when people try to take semis down there, or they drive down at 80 mph, and kill somebody, and that's like, that is our job. As commissioners, that we need to protect people from their stupidity sometimes, and that's what happens, they can't learn to drive them, you gotta keep them on the road, that's why.
Those traffic barriers that are setting up on 245 are not big enough for a semi to get through.
Right.
Those signs should be put on those barricades, no trucks. And allow other vehicles to use that road, because you can get regular vehicles around those barriers to go up that road because it says local traffic. So it has to be able to have a passageway for the folks to get up and through there. So if you put a sign up there that say no trucks allowed, that would alleviate those semis going down 245.
Hold on just a second. Jay,
It's our job to protect everybody. Part of that is making sure we keep them on a decent road. And by having them on 253rd, it's a lot better road and dust control. I mean, if somebody wants to drive 245th, I can care less, that's up to them.
So where do you live?
I live Osage City. So if I need to come up and I want to go to Vassar, I've got to come all the way and that is the same township from 245 down to 253rd. That's the same township. So when you're talking about closing 245 going up through there, the barricades, you cannot get a big truck around them barricades.
West of Morrell is Superior, east of Morrell is Belleville.
Right.
I mean,
The difference is this 253rd is a county road, it's a lot wider, a lot better road.
It's 2 miles out of your way.
Dust control for 245th.
If you're talking to states that they were going to pay for this, the state also told me that they do not do detours on gravel roads.
Right, absolutely.
Okay, so if they're going to fund you, they double talk. If they're going to pay for anything on a county road, that's double talk, because they want you to travel 21 miles out of your way to get to where you need to go from straight up the highway. I understand the reason the highway is closed. Okay, and I understand when you're telling me that there's safety, but you're not going to, you've got people passing folks on 253rd going 60 mile an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone, passing people. You can't keep control of your vehicle. I don't care if it's a double wide road or what it is, you're going to lose control of that vehicle. I mean, anybody with common sense, if the folks down that road can travel east and west down that road, live that road, I should be able to also, without a ticket from a sheriff or anything. It just is local traffic only. I'm an Osage County resident. I'm local.
I would consider you local.
So, I mean, I would just not understand why I can't travel that road, or my son can't travel that road. When you're talking about it being safer on 253rd, those people driving like crazy on 253rd. And trucks go down that road.
Was somebody ticketed for driving that road?
The sheriff deputy that my son was working at the Casey's in Linden, okay, here. And the sheriff deputy went in there, my son told him that the barricade was knocked down and he set it back up. And the guy said, well, you can't travel that road. It's for local traffic only. Told him he could not travel that road. And I'm assuming that he said that, if they got caught traveling there and did not have, live on that road, that, I mean, what is the recourse for the sheriff to enforce that?
Nobody's being ticketed for driving that road.
Okay, but
The
what
ones
was,
that are being ticketed are the ones in the trucks. And we can put no truck signs on the road closed barricades, but it'll do about as good as the road no truck sign that I got on the side of the road that says no trucks, the trucks are going by.
but the
I
truck,
can't control people on what they do when they see signage. They can see road closed signage and they're not gonna stop. They're gonna make their own decision and go through these
but
roads.
the,
No matter what I do there, I cannot control that. So
But
I
a big
cannot control their speed on Wanamaker or 253rd. Do you understand that?
right, I know, I mean, I understand. What I'm saying is, if the barricades, a semi can't get through a big box truck can't get through that turn from around the barricades as close as they are, but vehicles can. A regular pickup truck. I mean, I'm assuming that there's folks that's gonna have stock trailers also.
Well,
But, I mean,
that's
as far
why
as that
it's
goes
important.
and something else, but I mean, as far as.
There's probably a
us-
trash truck that goes down that road too, and we can't keep, that's.
Sure. But
So they move that barricade.
They're knocked down at least
But,
4 times a week, 4 to 5 times. We have to send a crew out there every day to
Well, I
send
know.
signs back up. They're blowing them apart.
So
They're about ready to be pulled anyway, because I'm tired of spending money on this.
Yeah, I
Fix
understand.
that, but
with the road being closed, K-31, it is very inconvenient for people living among that area. So I appreciate your concerns. I hear you and I can understand the frustration. We at the county tried to do our best to think through how to resolve this issue. It was on the back end. I wish that KDOT or whoever would have thought this through on the front end, so we weren't having this. But that's not what happened. And so
Right.
we're doing what we're doing what we believe is best for us, best as we can do for safety purposes. And I do believe that people are taking that road that are somewhat local through there. And I don't think regular vehicles are being ticketed through there.
No.
We're just trying to keep most, especially the bigger, or people that are unfamiliar with the area, because what was happening is some trucks and different,
And
Yeah.
GPS is still
People-
routing people down that.
I mean,
some
we have-
people didn't know. So I completely hear your concerns. For a temporary time, it is going to be inconvenient. And we're just trying to
I feel
prevent
safer on
accidents.
245 than I do 253rd, just for the idiots that are driving fast down those roads. I mean, and granted, they're not just kids. I mean, they're like my grandma would drive down that road going 80 or 60 or whatever, the heck, trying to get where they're going. I mean, it's not an age group. I understand, but I feel safer going down that road, down 245 than I do 253rd. Because one, the dust, you can't see if you get, the car coming west, or 2 or 3 cars coming west and a car going east on 253rd, you're dusted up where you can't even see. I mean, 245 doesn't have all that. I mean, granted, you're gonna have people drive stupid on any road. You know, we get semis all the time trying to turn in Osage on a road you can't turn on with a semi, and they end up in the ditch. But I mean, I understand what you're talking about safety. I'm just saying, I feel more safe traveling 245 than I do 253rd. One is dust. Semi trucks going down that road, it's a narrow road. Semi trucks and another vehicle coming across there may not be real safe, you know, but as long as I can travel that road and know that I can travel it, and those barricades are there to keep the semis out, that I'm local, Osage County local, that I can travel that county road back and forth if I feel it necessary. Now, if I want to go a little faster, I'll go that way. If I need to go to this end of Linden, I'll take 253rd. It's just what's easiest, but it's so hard to see 253rd because of the gravel.
I
The
think the
dust.
big deal right now is we just gotta get everybody to drive the speed limit.
That would be the best.
We get everybody.
Compare over. I can only go up on the speed limit before I go forever. That's like me trying to run uphill. I ain't going very fast, so I go downhill pretty good. But that was my concern, was 245 being able to travel that in a regular vehicle.
We're not gonna get deep ticketed for
Okay. That was my concern. That was what was brought to me last night from my son, and I thought, well, I don't want to find this out because there shouldn't be anybody that, besides the semis, that should be on that road, or the big trucks, because it is a narrow road. You know, and granted, I think that it says right at Urish Road, that you get ready to come east off of Urish, and I think that's 245 where you're coming off Urish too, that it says no trucks at that point.
Right.
You know, Urish and Wanamaker both had the for big trucks. One, they had the little 40 out there and stuff, and I know that that was a pain, but, anything east of there, I mean, I can see where the trucks on 245 would be a big issue. Are they supposed to travel 253rd?
Not really, they're supposed to follow 56.
It's supposed to follow the state highway,
Yes, yeah,
but
you know, I mean,
I've called over to Orvis and asked them to call their contractors and told them they need to have their contractors come in from the west side of Osage, and they're still using 240 good. 53rd, Farmington, all those routes.
I mean, yeah, there's different ways to get in there. Orbis is on what, 4th, so I mean, it's an issue with them coming in off of, the west end of Osage, trying to make those turns to go in there, but I mean, it's something where, I mean, I guess they could take Market Street down to 4th and turn into there, so that would be someplace they could go. As far as from the other way, yeah, they would have to take the 75 route, I mean, and 56. I mean, I understand, but thank you very much. I
You're
do
welcome.
appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we were going to be safe. Now, I feel more safe traveling that road because there is bus traffic. The deputy told my son because of the dust that they closed the township, but that they asked for it to be closed.
Yeah, I think it just with the safety issues and different things, just on a temporary basis.
Trying to hold the
That's-
truck traffic.
Yeah. And
Well, the
so,
truck, I understand.
And it's not working either.
and as there's some other developments, then we're looking at other things that we can, and this is probably gonna be evolving through the next few weeks and just doing what we can do to try to get people to be safe. So
Yeah,
that's,
well,
that's what we're
that's
trying, and
understandable.
it is inconvenient, I will.
My issue is not being stopped or something along that road or getting stopped at the end of that road and my regular vehicle coming through.
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, I wouldn't see how they would know where you live unless they're running tags, you know, so. But anyway, thank you very much. Pray for, cool weather.
Yeah. Thank you for hanging around for all the different questions.
Leave a bottle of pepper jelly there.
What's that?
Leave a bottle of pepper jelly there.
Okay.
Let's see how.
Do you want to see if Matt's available? Because I think Matt did some of the CID students. And is Linda upstairs?
I don't know. I'm waiting, I can go up.
Oh, because
there's
My phone is-
is.
I lost my phone, so.
Oh, no.
you could probably, well, Jay's on
Oh, Jay's on it,
here.
You didn't lose it, Jay's just got it.
I just, the next agenda item I had was just the CIC conference report. I just wanted to hear back from people. I know I had a few things that were interesting for me, so I wanted to hear from anyone else who attended it.
So I'm gonna put it on Zoom,
We did.
listen, I'll listen to it that while I am.
Okay, bye.
I sent you an email that, Christine and I had talked to the CIC people regarding the budget prep.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll wait till she gets in here and everyone else, and then we can. I kind of wanted to hear feedback from people, and then if there's anything that we think would be positive to implement, kind of how we want to work forward with that. But I know Melinda was on the call, Rhonda was on the call, I think Matt did Zoom. I think Linda went. Did Linda go?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I did a few of the classes, so I just wanted to hear feedback on that.
They're gonna call Matt.
Oh, is he out? Oh, okay, well, and, I mean, if he's not available, that's fine, but I think he did a couple of them. And I didn't know if there was anything new that he learned about the program, like features that are available that he didn't know. Like for me, I learned about some new reports, that they added some new financial reports. And so for me, that's gonna be good, that I'm gonna have to learn how to.
And our enhancement that we requested to that report, so we can review each payroll, I can compare the,
Is Linda or Melinda coming down?
Linda's not gonna be able to, and Linda's also.
Okay.
Did we hung up with Jay?
Yeah, he said he's just gonna,
Okay.
listen on Zoom. But I was telling them that anybody who attended it, if there was anything new that they learned of maybe some features we're not using that they'd like to use or something new that's being added and what the timeline of might that be. So I just kind of want to hear from each of you, your thoughts on that.
The enhancement that I requested, would be able to run a report that, I could use to compare with the payroll report, so that I can confirm that, the deductions for the benefits and everything matches up with what we do, just kind of a check and balances. And so that was approved because it comes out in a PDF and not something that you can do as an Excel, that you can manipulate, so that enhancement was approved.
So that was voted to add
That
on.
was voted.
Okay.
One of the things that, we met, I met with a lady regarding the budget prep stuff.
Mhm.
And, she would like to come here and do an all department head meeting on the 19th. So she can explain to everybody, what features and what steps need to be followed for us to use that budget prep in the proper way. So she was wanting to schedule that, and that would be the lady that came and talked to us with the time about plus.
Linda?
Yeah.
Okay, so she would come and kind of do a in-person, like
Yes.
demo type?
Yeah,
Answer
what
questions.
she would do is she would go through the steps that we would need and what needs to be done so that we could use that budget.
Okay.
So,
Because what I learned from that is there are reports inside budget prep application that I think will be helpful to me.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that that's where those,
yes.
I didn't realize they existed, I guess. And so I'm gonna try to look through those and see what it has. And
Yeah.
that's something that will be helpful for me. It seems like a lot of counties use it.
Yes. But she said that, she would, and we told her to put it on the calendar.
Okay.
So
I
she
think she
would,
like scheduled it at 9. I
At
said,
9.
well, we always have stuff like
On
that.
on what date?
the 19th of September.
We're just supposed to confirm it.
Oh, okay. How much time is she needing?
She didn't say.
Because Ryan normally comes at 9:30. So if it's more than a half hour, then we may need to adjust that.
I would say if all department heads are gonna be here, you might give her an hour.
So then maybe do it like at 10. Can she, maybe?
Yeah, we can,
Right.
she scheduled the whole morning, we can just give her an update.
Yeah, she said like 9, I'm like, oh, we start at 8:30.
Yeah,
Yeah,
9 might, I wouldn't want to limit her if it went a little longer.
yeah,
So ask her how much time we should plan for, see if 10 would work.
okay,
And that way we don't cut into Ryan if he's got
okay.
other things. Yeah, I think that would be good to do, because I was asking about if we did that webinar or demo, if we could just have the department heads watch it, just to kind of give a introduction to it. But if she can come and then anybody can ask questions. I know that Rhonda already uses a couple parts of it. I don't know how many, but just from what I was listening.
Well, she could put it
It's-
up and show you what the stuff looks like.
Well, and I think what would be good is having someone in person, is people who already use it, like Rhonda, if she may have questions that we're not gonna have, because she already has a certain aspect of it she understands.
Yeah,
The rest of us, especially me, I probably would have completely different questions that are probably very basic to some people because I don't know anything about it. And then that would also let the department heads, because each of them, I think, kind of have their own process of developing their budget. And if we can get a uniform system that everyone's using the same process, I think that will also help us as commissioners. One of the things I liked about it is, and I don't remember, there's a certain way you have to do it, but if you put all your data in and then maybe you want to look at, okay, we're going to do a 3% increase on payroll.
Yeah.
What does that look like? And they can just run that and it puts your numbers in and you can see, okay, yeah, that's affordable, no, it's not. And
yeah.
and I don't know if they could do that with other expenses. Like if you have another large line item and say, if we were to increase this.
I felt like it was kind of a general thing that you could put in,
Yeah,
you know, we average a 5% increase in utilities.
Right, so you,
Forecast that for
okay,
us.
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to say.
so you do support it.
So anyway, there were a lot of things I heard, but since I don't use the program, it's hard for me to understand it and how it all goes together. But, and then training wouldn't be until like next Whoever I talked to at CIC, they said do it like a month before you start budget.
She said March or something.
So like, let's say it's something we're gonna implement. My question would be, and it might be different depending on different applications, but like if we were to implement this, would we want to have a team of like 2 or 3 or 4 people that are here in-house? That are kind of, it's the project and to get it going. Would you need multiple people working on it to make sure it gets implemented and everybody does a little bit? Or is it better to do just 1 or 2 people? Or what's your thoughts on something like that?
I think you have to have somebody who's going to own it. And then probably a couple other people that are gonna help with the resources for it. Would be my-
Well, that's kind of feedback I'm wanting, like, and like with Melinda and Rhonda. If Melinda, does Melinda use that or did you just use that? Or does Melinda use the budget prep? Okay. So that was just a question I had, was in anything that we might start. It sounds like CIC has a lot of things available to us, and I don't know how much we are or aren't using. And so that's another question I have with different departments is, what aren't we using?
That's what she was gonna go over.
That we can, what aren't we using that you guys might have learned would be really beneficial? And then how do we want to implement adding that for?
Well, and so I'll talk about like, receiving money, for example, there's interim receiving, which every department could do their own receiving, and then let's say they make a deposit with the treasurer's office once a week. Whatever they receipted in for that week, they would process those receipts, bring that total to us, and all they would have to do is bring in cash and the report, and that's what we would verify. But then they could ensure that it went to the right, it'll take work, it's not gonna happen overnight, because we need to work on our general ledger, but like with the sheriff's department, I know they already track where they think their money is coming in and being expensed out, so I don't know if they're using another system, but they could literally go into CIC and do the receiving of their money, where if they're doing something now, and then it comes to us, and we have to do it, that's double the work. And ultimately, it's all gotta get into CIC anyways. But the caveat with that would be that every department that does that would have to have CIC. So if, and, they're not here, like if Noxious Weed didn't have CIC, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Right. And I think from what, at one of those, when, is it Linda that came the other day?
Debbie.
Yeah. So it sounds like when they switched to CIC in 18, it was kind of like they got the courthouse switched and going, and then at some point, maybe things were gonna be then at the other departments that are on site, but that hadn't happened. So that may be where all those departments are gonna have to remote in. And you're gonna have to have a platform that is, like the Log Me In platform is way too slow.
And they're working on a cloud base.
That's a couple years out.
Yeah, so we'd have to talk to IT about a different portal, and I've got one on my computer I use at our office.
Yeah, and I'll
That's
tell you.
much
those-
faster.
Well, yeah. What we have here is the screen, because you log into your computer here, everything on it is blurry. So it's not and it's slow.
The Log Me In thing that I used to have, I just stopped using it because it was way too slow and lagged, and but there are other,
Yes.
I want to say portals, that is not the right term, but anyway.
You like VPN in and.
Yeah, and so it would be much quicker, but I see that the departments that are not on site would have to have that to where they can remote in. I listened to the cash receiving, I got something a little different out of it, and I might have misunderstood it, but I was thinking of like the health department. And like one of the issues with the audit was sometimes having deposits that aren't getting done regularly, and they might have, cash and checks sitting around. The way I understood it is everything that comes in can be entered in the program right then. They can do that on a daily basis. And then if they're bringing the deposit once a week, they're gonna have that report that shows every daily, like you can do a daily total, and then the day you bring it, that's the date at the end, but it shows your 5 days of transactions with the one deposit. And then that number and that report matches what they're bringing over to you.
Right, and then also allows them to give their customers a receipt. So
Yes.
I don't know what the health department, I'm not picking on any one department, but if the health department, for example, was using QuickBooks, and issuing receipts out of that, well, they can receipt the money in right then and there. It gives the customer a receipt and it creates that entry so that CIC already knows that you should have $20 in receipts for COVID shots or whatever, I don't know. And then they would total that up, and let's say they came on Wednesday and they're bringing in Monday and Tuesday's money, they would process those to the point that we would then see them on the treasurer's side and then run their reports. And when they bring us the money, that Monday and Tuesday, everything they received in should match that total.
And it's in an interim process that hasn't fully been processed, where it will be verified, and then if
It gets
there's,
verified by treasury, and then we actually process it, and then it goes to the clerk's office like normal.
so in my mind, I could see that being so beneficial in all of the departments, especially any of them that are taking, you have people walking in
Yeah, I don't
and
know if like the
purchasing
senior
products,
center.
purchasing
does
products,
that.
purchasing, like you said, the weed department, and just anybody that is taking in cash checks, that sort of thing. The little bit I understood about that, I think that would solve one of the issues with the audit, with the cash.
Yes, but again, it kind of flows into what have we set as a policy that's countywide that says each department does X, Y, Z. But in doing that, you have to, each department only has their specific set of ledgers. So that process has to be vetted to say, the clerk's office only has, Fish and Game or Maps or what, they only have these GLs that they can receipt money into. They're not gonna get the whole long list like we see when we're doing the processing.
And so that's another thing where I see, okay, if we implement this, you're gonna, in my mind, you have to have multiple people working on that, on something that's much more detailed.
Yeah, because I talked to some other treasurers and financial directors and for the bigger counties, and they said it's just a matter of taking the time to get it vetted out, and then you go and do the training with the other departments, and it's really not hard. But it's the system access, it's what are the GL accounts that each department would need to have, and then the process of, this is what our policy is. So I don't know if, again, not just me, I don't know if they give receipts to customers, but in this instance, they could the minute that they purchase something, and then it's already posted in CIC and just has to be processed through once the money's there.
And then it can just be another uniform process where everyone's doing the same.
Yeah, so no matter where you go in Osage County, this is what your receipt looks like, you get it, all of that stuff.
Did they have that at?
They had just implemented it in Harvard,
Yeah,
yes.
did they have CIC down there?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with that.
And the hang up in Harper County was getting all the departments to file under the right subheadings, I guess, to make sure it was pulling out or going into the right funds. A bunch of departments were using different coding for different things, and just coming together and getting all that, took several weeks. Like you say, it's just something you have to work through. It worked great once it was set up.
Right.
And then it became a training issue. I know the clerk's office struggled with getting stuff entered correctly, so pulled through correctly, but once they went through some training, it seemed to work.
But you limit what GL codes each department has access to. So that's what you've got to vet out first. What
Are you
are all
meaning
departments?
general ledger? What's
Your
GL?
account codes,
When you say GL, are you saying general?
general ledger, yeah. So because we don't want Matt receiving into the health department, right? So you only give him his specific list
Right.
to put stuff.
So then is that something that CIC assists us in getting set up? Or is that?
They will assist us, but we have to determine, they're not gonna tell us to use these codes.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like, once it's determined what each department should need, is that something we do in-house, or that's something they assist us in getting it set up?
We would make a support call and they would help us.
Yeah, they're real helpful about that.
Any others?
Yes. I had my staff show the motor vehicle, which was good. We learned more about antiques processing, voids and things like that. So it was from a Zoom versus in person. I mean, everybody can have an opinion on that. I like going in person because I knew and I got to meet a lot of people and sit in the classes and hear what other counties and why do you do this versus why don't you do this? So I thought that was good, but also having the opportunity to have staff, because you can't take the whole office and go to the symposium, but to have other staff be able to zoom in. There's some feedback I'm gonna give to CIC with the Zoom portion, which is if you're in the sitting out here, their mic is way up front so that you can hear the presenters, but you can't, they need to repeat what the question is or give a mic to the people out there, so people on Zoom who can know what the questions are. I didn't know what the whole enhancement piece was. Stephanie, I didn't know that you go into a room and you actually, all the counties vote.
I didn't either.
Yeah, there's a
It's
certain
cool.
dollar, certain dollar amount that they can spend. And I guess in the HR department, they had an abundance of money for the enhancements. So we could have approved everything, but it was nice because they vetted different things that somebody that's new didn't know that there already is a report for that.
Yeah.
And so then they just said, oh, we already have that, so we don't need that. So, but yeah, it was interesting. So that if we see that we need a report, or we see that we need something that we would like to be able to have the software do, we can submit an enhancement, and then they vote on it annually, and then the programmers go in. And it's not something that the county is paid for. They have an actual pot of money that comes out of everybody's money in, and is set aside to do these enhancements. So it's really nice. So if we see a need, and one of the needs that they addressed was the cloud-based system, and they are working on that.
Which I went to that luncheon, which was on Friday. And so one of the things, I actually sat with the new owner, I believe he's the CEO maybe, and he's a really nice guy, and he said, one of the things that we do is we actually listen to our customers, and so that whole enhancement process is exactly that. I mean, every county gets a vote on this, and whether it's how you want your money spent to improve the system or not. So I thought that was good. They're talking about a web-based system, and it's probably a couple years out for budgetary. It's not for all of their functionality, but again, they're trying to vet out what will be the best long-term solution, how they need to spend their money. And I just think between the receiving for me and then having the ability for my staff to be able to sit in on other sessions, I'm only one person, I can't be in multiples, was a good thing. So I hope they continue
And since they recorded it all,
well, some sessions had trouble.
I know, I was in on one, but since it was recorded, is it now going to be available? So if you had a day that you just had, staff training day and 2 or 3 of your staff watch several of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So they're gonna push those out.
The notes were the notes that they sent out, that's more.
Well, like these, I printed some of them,
Yeah.
and then as I listened, I made some notes of things, so I found a couple extra reports that they've added that look good for, that I'm like, I think I could use that, so I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to print them. I don't know when they're available, though.
They're available, what do you mean?
Well, the new reports that they've got, I don't know if it's available now, or.
A lot of what they talked about in there have already been released.
Okay.
So they said if you want to know, and there's a couple of new ones coming out that were, at least in the enhancements that I sat in, they said that's coming in the next release. So they skipped over that one, but what did you think, Matt? Have you been to a symposium before?
Yeah, I've actually been doing it in person. I kind of like the Zoom version, because that way I can work on other stuff and start getting into lengthy discussions in the enhancement sessions. After I read them, I pretty much know how I want to vote. So, I mean, all the discussions are good, but I can still do analysis off the side.
I think
Instead of just taking the whole thing.
he must be like me, so I watched the first one and I was seeing all the screen and I'm like, I can't sit here and not do
Right.
it. So I cleaned the house while I listened to the session. I'm like, I can't sit still long enough.
Well, it was like you could hang me in the room, so that's the one.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
anyway.
The nice thing I like about CIC and their symposiums and the way they handle stuff is you do have counties that come in, especially on like personal property from the appraiser side, and they'll be bringing these issues up, and lots of times it's discussed and they're like, well, that's more of a training issue because you can get to it by going this route and we already have that. And so it's not, I think their symposiums help CIC to maintain an overall program that's similar for all their counties at the same time, instead of just adding this or that for a county here and a county there. I'm sure it makes it much easier on their side just to have one system that the whole county, all the counties use instead of individual systems for individual counties. Something I want to bring up that I noticed that is a big improvement for the appraiser's office and probably even the clerk and the treasurer's office. We ran into an issue in Harford County where we pushed a vote order through for an abatement, and there's a little checkbox, and one of your selections was a vote abatement. So we check it, well, come to find out, because they're just not in the state of Kansas, CIC operates in Texas, I think they have some in Oklahoma. That box was actually designed for Texas, because in Texas, according to legislation, a vote order only abates the value and not the tax amount. So we did process some in Harford County where we didn't check that box, and then taxpayers are coming in, they're like, where's my refund? And we're like, well, we sent it through, we get to investigate and actually have to put in a support call. And they tell us that the VOTA checkbox does not, it's not going to return their taxes. They're not going to get a refund or taken off the second half. It's just eliminating that value on the appraiser side. They have since done an enhancement. It didn't even go through the enhancement committee. CIC just stepped up and paid for it and did it. And now there's two VOTA boxes that you can select. One's for a VOTA value only and one's for a VOTA value in taxes. So when you click it, it will actually process like we should in Kansas, which we ran across one here the other day too. So yeah, that was a good enhancement.
So is there anything that you learned that either we're not using that's a feature available to us, or is there anything new that you learned that's going to be added that we may want to implement here?
Do you guys use the portal here, the CIC web portal, where they can get in and check taxes and property values? I know we did not in Harford County.
Who's they?
Treasurer's office, just CIC programs, the whole county.
Through the treasurer's, on the website, through the treasurer's site.
It's CIC portal through there.
Yeah.
That would be one thing I would recommend using. It's a good program. We didn't have it in Harford County.
So is it a separate application and it's something you're in house?
It's a separate fee, separate, I don't know, it's integrated into the software, but it just allows people to come in, and I think that they can even pay.
Do we already have?
We don't have the option
You
for
don't
them
have
to
the
pay.
option to pay, but they do have the view option.
We have a website they can go to pay, but it's not connected, which
Yeah.
I'm looking at with the new website. I'm hoping we can get all that connected.
Robert, what did you say?
I said, once the tax statements, everything is out there, they can go out and see their tax statement.
Yeah.
Or that's the way it used to be maintained.
I think they can, they just can't pay through
Right.
that. They have to go to a different website.
And you're saying with the portal, they'll be able to, they would be able to.
On your
There's an
portal,
option.
there's an option.
The county does it that way.
Exactly.
And I think the reason we didn't use that one was the cost, wasn't it, Christine?
I don't know. I mean, I just know it's a different website.
I know when we looked at the portal in Harford County, you're talking a fourth of the parcels. I think it probably goes by size. Let's say the quote was 3,000 for the first year, 3,800 for the first year, and then each year after that, there's like a $1,500 subscription.
Well, if it's something if it's something you don't have and you
It
think.
sounds like we have, it, but maybe not.
Okay, so if we can find out if we do or don't have it. If we do have it and we want to implement it, bring that to us and tell us what that looks like and how that would happen. If we don't have it, find out what costs would be, and then you'll have to bring it and explain it to us.
So I,
Sounds like we have it.
what I wanted to follow on with you is what is the difference between the portal that you have or the website that people go to through the appraiser's office versus this one for the tax? Because they're different portals. I think.
So what we have in the appraiser's office is very simplistic.
Is it the Orion or Orion?
That's the programs we use, now that's not our portal, because they don't have, they don't have a portal to go through, so you have to outsource, another software company to provide, and I think we use Atrium. That is our parcel lookup.
I don't know.
I think that's right.
That's more like a razor.
Yes, yeah, yeah, where with the portal, if you go through CIC, you can just, it's all in one place. They can go there, they can look at their property, then they can go and see what their taxes are. They're not having to jump from website to website, I guess. Is the best
And so
explanation
I
of
didn't-
that.
I haven't invested a lot of time in it because I know we're going to a new website. I've been looking at other counties and stuff like Amanda has shared, but trying to understand and get with you, like what would someone go look at from an appraiser's office standpoint versus tax that would be different? Or is it all the same and we just need one? And then how can we make it easier for people to make payments for their taxes than having to say, okay, now you have to go to this separate website.
In Harbor, we maintained it separate. It was part of our maps, our parcel search was part of the maps that we maintained. And the problem we came to when we went to CIC was we used to do internal calculations off the AS400 system and then produce a tax value that they needed to pay per day. I mean, it was on that day, we calculated every morning. The portal would be there, they just go in, it's there, it calculates itself. We ran into, once we switched to CIC, the CIC is very protective of some of those fields we needed to pull information from, because they want you to buy their portal program, they want you to use them. So we had to, and we actually never did get the calculations to come out right. It took, I worked on it with our IT guy for about 6 months, and we finally were like, we spent more money in labor than it would be for you guys to buy the portal and just got it. And we're still.
And Atchison County uses CIC products, so if you want to check a website that has an interaction, Atchison County definitely does.
County does too.
Yeah, so that might be an county to look at.
Well, and I think they have the Civic Plus website.
Well, they have, yeah, those are the websites that Amanda had told us to check out, but if you're looking to see how things interact, Atchison County interacts with CIC, so you'll be able to see on their portal, their portal what it.
I'm pretty sure that the website, you'll just attach a link to our website
Yeah.
to send you to CIC's portal
Yeah.
website page.
I mean, it'll be a link that they put on.
Good. Rhonda, did you have anything?
I do.
One of the things that, the Time Clock Plus, I went to all of those Time Clock Plus ones. We have the capability, one of the things that I found out is when we do the timesheet, when everybody gets the mobile app, with the mobile app, when the employee clocks in and clocks out, and they're using the geo mapping, the manager can click on the employee and see on a map where the employee was when they clocked in and when they clocked out. So that's an option. And then we also have the option of their Time Clock Plus to have this, to customize the dashboard. So when the employee goes in to do their clocking in and out, you can have the place where they clock in and out. You can also have their benefit hours, how much they've accrued, what their time sheet looks like. It has links to our benefits. We can put a thing of links to different things that we want to. And it also has a message center so that when they come in, we can say open enrollment ends on such and such, so we can put messages out there for our employees.
So how will that interface with the portal that we were adding, that employee portal?
The employee portal is only for them to see their pay stubs.
Okay, so this
and
is
their
something
W-2.
different.
So this is the time clock.
Okay.
This is where they're gonna go in and clock in and out every day. And even, they currently use it right now, but we don't have a dashboard created. I was gonna go out and create the dashboard so it has that, just the basic stuff on there, so that when our employees currently are logging in to do their time sheet, instead of it says clock in and clock out, it will also have their hours and have their accrual rates on there.
Yes.
But also, we have the option, if we want to it's a timesheet option where the employee will be able to see their timesheet. The managers are going to be able to see their timesheet. But we can give the employees the option to, like if they come in and there's people waiting and they go to work before they actually clock in, we can give them the option and we can select by employee down to the minute employee who we want to give the option to be able to go in and add the missed punch. It will show up under the manager as a missed punch because they went in and corrected it, said, oh, I should have clocked in. It requires them to put a note on why they didn't clock in accurately. But then the manager will have to approve that before it goes onto the timesheet. So then the manager doesn't have to keep going in and you have an employee that continually misses their punches. But then it also gives the manager the option to see who's missing those punches so they can deal with that on there. And it also gives the option if you have a department like the highway department that they take an hour lunch, but they don't necessarily have the option to clock in and out. It will automatically put their hour lunch in, and the manager has the option to go in and override that if for some reason they work through their lunch.
It's like a scheduled break, you just
Yes,
put them in there.
yes.
I think I listened to that one. They talked about like road and bridge. They're out in a piece of equipment
Yeah.
somewhere and they're,
So those are some different options that will, and it was really interesting. And I met with Atchison County. They were sitting behind me, their HR department. And so I got some really good connections there to questions.
so that would be something that, talk with Melinda because there may be some of that that's already been implemented. But then that would be maybe talk with the department heads about what would they like to see in their departments, and then that would be brought to us to determine what of those we might want to implement if it's something that
Was there anything about approving timesheets in the system and then managers approving them instead of us having to print paper or take paper or something?
Yeah, that's the option. When we go to the clock in and out, even right now, it's called timesheet. And the employee at the end of the pay period, they review their hours and then they do an I can't say it really, attestation where they acknowledge that the hours are correct and then they hit submit. And so that logs their approval. And then the manager has to go through and look through it and then they have to approve so that it's done electronically instead of having to go down. And it's something that you can print out. It shows what time they acknowledged it and everything. So instead of having to do the paper times.
And if that would pass with the auditor, but I know we've been written up before when a manager didn't sign one.
Yeah.
So they go back and look at this. There'd have to be some way that they could review those.
And they can review that because you can go in and run a report that will show.
And maybe we just print those every month and keep them on hand for when auditors do them.
Or you can print it out whenever they want, because you can go back. And
Right. But
Yeah.
I just think that
Okay,
because they come in and they say, we'd like to see this
Oh.
person's file folder of timesheets, and we hand them
Oh,
out
yeah.
for file folder of timesheets.
So those are the options.
Okay. So that's one of those things that I guess I would need the feedback from, like Melinda and Rhonda and the department heads, what would they, if you guys talk and decide what would you like to see? And what, if we already have the features, we can add it on and then bring it to us. And then if it's something that we're gonna implement, it would need to be, all departments or whatever, so. But that's where I rely on you guys for all of this because I don't use the program.
Well, and see, the thing is.
So, you know what I mean?
I barely do.
I don't use the program, but I know that if the features are there and they're beneficial, it might be something we want to implement.
Well, and with that dashboard, that could kind of be your intranet for the county employees, because since you're able to put links and messages on there, it can not only link to websites, but it can also link to documents, so that might be an intranet kind of instead of having to pay for an intranet.
Right. What were you saying, Matt?
In the time clock plus, is there a spot in there or a place in there where the employee can go in and request a correction of their time? Right now, I've just got them coming up.
But that's what I just said, yeah. If we give them.
So it's in there, but we're not using it, right?
We're just not using it.
Because I had an instance the other day, like I said, I barely use time clock plus, so I'm not proficient at it. One of my ladies came in this morning and there was a note on my desk and she's like, it has me clocking out at 9 o'clock and my times are all off. Well, when I went in, I don't know that very well could have, I entered PTO for every day this week for her starting at 9 to 5. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look to try to find to see if I did it. I'm guessing I did it somehow. And so once I just started deleting those, her hours were perfect. I mean, she had not missed a punch, but it was just the fact that, it's the notes, and the notes on the desk full of paper can get lost. But if that's in there, that would be handy to have.
Well, and I'm wondering if, once we get the mobile app, if there needs to be department training on
Yes.
Time Clock Plus.
Well, and even in-house right now, if you specific, I'm so sorry. If you want to, I can set up your department so that they can correct their time sheets now. And then it shows up on yours as a missed punch and you have to approve this correction. I mean, we can do that now if you wanted to, for those that are currently punching in, so.
I guess having them able to edit their own timesheets is okay, I guess.
Well, they wouldn't be approved, it would be
Right,
finalized.
they're still making the changes, then you have to go in and approve it, which would save me time of going in and making.
Well, and you
changes.
would have notes, because you would, when you go into the timesheet, they would have to give a reason why. You wouldn't have to worry about little posting notes, so.
Right. That's, I'm not gonna talk about that.
Well, I think we learned a lot.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to have been in person, but the few classes that applied to me, I was like, I couldn't do 3 days down there because a lot of it didn't apply to me. But I did listen to things, even though they didn't apply to me, it was interesting.
Other than the room's freezing, the food was okay.
Yeah.
Getting to meet the other
I got a lot of business
Well,
connections.
And you got those line items from Miami County or whatever. So, that's a discussion for another day, but I think that's gonna be beneficial.
Yeah, I think, after something will send it to me.
Because the way I understand it is if you add all those extra line items, just what each department would want for them. You can run detailed reports with all of it, or you can run a report that just has the 3 lines.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of my QuickBooks, like I can look at something, but if I wanted the detail, I click on it and then it just brings everything up. So that's a discussion for another day, but I opened that document and it had all the different ledger lines. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, ledger account. So I talked to Scott Lloyd later too, and I'm gonna reach out. I'll include you on because I don't know if you've had this discussion with them, but like this whole budget credit situation. And primarily it's probably for me and the sheriff's office where our costs are offset by other funds coming in. How do we as a county want to see that on our budget and our reporting? Because even though my personnel line item might say it's $200,000, I'm offsetting that
170.
Yeah, so
from the state.
So really the net effect to the county is X, and how do we want to see that? Because he said different counties will do it differently. And then, but I need to talk to CIC. I don't know how to set up like a budget credit thing. That's the words he used. I don't know.
Well, I think you learned a lot, and then we, amongst all of you that went and what you think needs to be implemented, we just kind of have to start prioritizing. And then just be bringing stuff to us and we can determine, yes, we want to do this or no, we don't, and then how to proceed if we choose to implement. So.
Can maybe Rhonda and I and Melinda can get together sometime in September and go over some of the stuff, because I know the Time Clock Plus, the mobile app will be coming pretty soon. And so maybe we can sit down and discuss what we want to see on the dashboard and what we want to see, when you guys want to implement on that stuff. And we can sit down and discuss that. Does that sound good? So just let me know when we want to get together and sit down and have it. Then I can go into the office and
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You know,
Christine,
After, she's got some items, and when she's
is
done,
everybody in the motor
if you're still
vehicle
available, we
department
can
up
visit
there
today.
fully
If
trained
not,
by the
then
state?
I'll just pull off.
Define that.
Okay.
Can you-
Everybody except, so everybody except Lee can get into the state system and has had the state required training.
So,
But not for driver's licenses, because we have to get on the list for the day in-person training.
okay, so you can't do driver's license yet.
Correct.
Can you do vehicle transfers,
Vehicle
title
transfer.
transfers?
Yes.
Okay, because Facebook was pretty ugly a few days ago about someone.
Was it a
came-
veteran's title transfer that you saw? That ugly mess?
No, someone just came in and wanted to get a title transferred and so it,
Do
like I
you have
said,
a
it didn't look
name I
very
can
good.
follow up on?
So I don't know.
Do you have a name of somebody to follow up on?
I could look it up, I guess, whatever, so,
Okay.
but I want.
Yeah, we do them all the time.
Okay, well, people still concerned whether they need an appointment or not, or what.
Yeah, we
to
still
do.
get a lot of those phone calls. So I'm
Okay.
trying to, I mean, I have it out there that there's no appointments. We've got it on our sign. So if there's another way I can get it out there, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, well, whoever it was came in and didn't have an appointment, and they was told they needed an appointment, so I don't know what to do.
Hey,
I just,
attach it to the road closed sign.
yeah. The other thing you asked the other day about the vehicle reimbursement rate, because the feds went to 62 cents.
Yes.
Okay, the county sets that in January when they do the reorganization meeting,
Yes.
and we've got it set at 50 cents.
Yes.
So like if you drive to the airport in Kansas City, that's gonna be about 200 miles. And we're gonna pay you $100.
Yeah.
And if, you know, it's gonna take 10 gallon of gas, 12 if you got a real bad vehicle, and at $5 a gallon, that's $60. So, you know, it covers that. It's not gonna cover the complete cost of it. I don't know where their 62 cents came from.
I don't know. I just saw that.
I know,
I think that's,
I've
so
seen
that's
that.
why I
I
asked.
talked to a couple of mail carriers and where they have to really cover their whole vehicle cost, and they get about 90 cents.
Oh, yeah.
But that's all your tires and oil.
Because they're
and-
driving their own personal. vehicles,
Yes,
yeah.
right. And that's expected to replace it every 2 or 4 years, so.
No, I just
50
wanted to
cents
bring
is
that.
still kind of good, and, you know, and it's kind of up to the option. I think we pay the lowest cost if you want to go somewhere and it's a choice between flying and driving.
Oh, I do have a question. So I had dinner down there and I paid cash and I forgot my receipt. Do we have a standard per diem rate?
No.
So I'll just out that money.
Well, if you can come up with where you were and close to it, then it's at the discretion of the board of commissioners.
Okay.
I mean, like, if you put, I mean, I don't know.
It was like a Philly sandwich fillet and fries
Yeah.
at 14.
No, I meant the place, I meant like, if you could put down parties or whatever.
Oh, yeah, well, because it was in,
Oh.
yeah, it was one of their.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, okay, good enough.
we're gonna give you some information on who that was.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna have you back in, I wanna talk about that.
Oh, the publishing? Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to come get me when you're ready, or where do you want to?
Yeah, when we're done, we'll just call your.
Okay.
Mail, you wanna pass that down? Okay, I have,
Matt knows
This
that
is,
you
are we
want
supposed to?
I think Matt knows.
You know, okay.
Okay, so, I got an email from Michael, yeah, wait a minute, let's start elsewhere. I got an email from Michael Lawler that Michael Dressman had came to their meeting and resigned. He told me that Mr. Dressman had said that he was going to send it to me also, and I watched and watched and watched, but what I finally got was US mail. So I let Mr. Lawler know exactly what I have in here, which is like their printouts from their financial stuff. He said he didn't think he needed it, but I'll hold it in case he does. And then I've also got the letter. So they have a resignation from Michael Dressman, and then they have a letter of, they would recommend an appointment for that position.
So I would move that we accept the resignation of Michael Dressman as the Ridgeway Township Treasurer effective 7 PM on August 23rd, 2022.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I move that we approve the recommendation of Edie Friend to fill the position of township, or Ridgeway Township Treasurer, effective 8/29/2022.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Then I have a few change orders, sorry. Well,
Can you remind me what BOTA stands for?
Board of Tax Appeals.
What you just talked about? Okay. Now look at those.
Yeah.
This is the KAC.
Well, we got signs.
So when I make the motion, how am I identifying?
You don't, you just say
Change orders as.
change orders as presented.
So I would move that we accept or that we approve the tax roll corrections for real estate and personal property as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Just sign down here.
Yep. I got two more coming
Sorry.
in.
This check just needs to be canceled, so you guys just make a motion and then I'll write on it and turn the signatures.
Good toss.
I make the motion that we void, at the right turn, that we void check number 056631 in the amount of $142 to the National Sheriff's Association.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Then I have some information on let me just do this real quick so I don't forget to do it. On the phone in the elevator, okay? So first of all, we have to have a line ran to that area so the phone can be put in. And the bid on that, from the company that does all of our wiring in the building is $1,167. Then that's just part, correct? Then you actually pay for the phone, having it put in and all that, and that is 1,000, and these have to be the same thing. This just has to be a major breakdown, because they're both $1,131.81.
And those are two different companies?
So, well, Dell is on this one, and I think this must be Dell also, but they're just, I mean, that one's just,
And these are elevator phones.
Right, there's a phone to put in the elevator.
So it has to have a wire run to it.
It has a wire ran into that room, and then it somehow,
Is it a wireless phone then,
I
to
don't
the
know.
phone,
I
or?
don't know that, Fred. I really haven't been in on any conversations with the company. I just know they said you have to get the wire ran into that room, and they talked to Sunny about what we needed, and Sunny talked to the wiring company. And
Okay,
then they gave us the bid for the phone. It's, well, it's almost, I mean, let's add those two together, you're talking, almost $2,500 for a phone in there.
I figure if you get stuck in there, Rhonda, we're gonna hear you, whether it's a phone or not.
Fred, you would, and the one time I actually saw them have to bring people out, they had to climb up a ladder, and you would have heard Rhonda screaming all the way to Burlingame because I'm like, hi, so climbing that ladder.
And with everybody having cell phones.
Yeah, exactly.
So are those phones our only options, or is there other? phone
I believe
companies?
that's our, I don't know, because it was the elevator company that gave us the bid for that.
TK elevator, yeah, okay.
What's the time frame you have to have this completed?
I don't know, again, it was, Jeff that talked to him, I assumed we had a few months to get it accomplished. But
Is that something you want to look into more, or?
I don't think there's much choice. I mean, the elevator company is kind of in control here.
I kind of agree with what, Jay said, or maybe, I don't know which one you said it, but they're giving you a bid on it, and they say you have to have, that's kind of.
Well, yeah, because somebody did the inspection.
Right, and they said there's no footage.
And who was the company who did the inspection?
I think it's the computer, or the elevator company did it. But the state has something too, but there's never been one.
I'm wondering if the phone that this company that said we needed, can they get us the documentation that shows us that there's a state regulation that says we have to do it?
I can ask.
If there's a state regulation and maybe it's something new, okay. If it's not, I guess I would prefer that before we,
Yeah.
and then if it's something we have to do, then we just have to do it.
Yeah, I don't understand these two. We're going to have Sony explain this, the phone part of it.
Maybe we need to
The
have,
elevator part, I understand that one.
I'm gonna give those back to her.
Yeah,
And then maybe if they're able to send some sort of statute, and maybe we need to have them come talk to us so that we understand for sure
Okay.
what
I'll talk to Jeff.
is involved with it.
And then Tammy sent me this, and let me go back to her email, because okay, I don't want to misquote this. She forwarded an additional cost from certified transmission. The steering needs repaired. And then she asked that I take it to you guys. And
what?
Is this in addition to this?
that, I believe, is in addition to, an additional, here's what she said. Rhonda, I forwarded an additional cost from certified transmissions. The steering needs repair. Can you take it to the commissioners, please, and thank you?
Is this, okay, so from her, I need to know, is this the same vehicle that we're replacing?
Well, yeah.
Because by the time we spend all that money and the other costs, that could be more than the value of the vehicle.
I'll ask, I don't know if, how
She may
she'll
need
read it, if she's at a conference.
That's fine, she may need to come next week then and explain. We would need to know, I would need to know which vehicle it is. Have we already done other repairs on it? And is this one of them that is included in the 100% reimbursement? That seems like a lot of money for steering. Is that a lot of money for steering?
I don't see anything about steering on
Well, if you read at the top, the complaint says that it's,
here. Well, yeah, diagnosis.
They're in session, but.
we're still in our meeting, but
Yeah, you have something for us?
Well, I just, did you ever get a chance to go over that?
Yes, and they were wanting to see if you could get the paperwork where it's required. Like, did they give
Okay.
you something or?
So my question was, is there some sort of a state regulation that requires us to do this? And if so, if we can just get that information that shows we have to do it. And if so, then we'll kind of proceed from there.
So under scope of work, it says ADA phone, which I'm going to assume is the Americans Disability Act. So that's going to be your requirement. TK elevator will furnish and install an ADA compliant auto dial telephone in the elevator cab control panel.
So this isn't about,
So I think this is to
Telephone.
become ADA compliant. Compliancy, because that's the agency that's pushing
so
that.
then if you, okay, so just respond to them and say, do you have the statute or the law or the regulation that supports that statement?
That supports the
That's-
ADA, okay,
It sounds reasonable, so if we can just get that, then
okay.
that may be why the phone is so expensive. We're just envisioning a phone and why it's $2,000.
1167.
But if it's some
Yeah.
sort of an ADA compliant, then it might be for someone who maybe is blind or
Right.
something.
And I think that's why it's located kind of low. so
Right.
someone in a wheelchair.
That makes more sense. So, but yeah, just ask them for the
Okay.
state statute or whatever the legal,
Yeah, it's probably ADA.
whatever it is we have.
And then do you have that paperwork? Because I just looked up on my email again, and I think I brought the wrong thing. The certified transmission, I know that goes with that, but the phone stuff.
I gave it back.
Oh, you did, Becky. Yes, you did. I think I brought that's the repair, this is the Dell. This is all tech, this is to install the phone. So this one, the $825 is that one, and I attached, well, the other all tech bill. That's the right one though, because that's the one for the phone. Elevator phone project, yes, I'm sorry, I confused myself. But Dell and this one are the same amount, so this is just a breakdown of this bill apparently.
Well, we will revisit it. If you find the statute, then we may have them come to
Okay.
visit with us and then we'll proceed as needed.
Okay.
So just ask them what that, it sounds reasonable, but it's probably
Okay,
something
yeah.
we're gonna have to do.
I think, because he said it was not a request, it was a compliance issue.
Right,
So
right.
if we're gonna have an inspection next year.
Yeah, and it may be something that's new. I don't know how often they inspect the elevators, but
I
it
think it's
sounds,
a year.
it sounds like this is the first time that it's been brought to the commission that they need a phone.
Right, it's the first time I've heard.
So,
Yeah. Well, and it's not Tyson Group that's coming up with this. He said, I will be bringing in an inspector with me next year, and he will have an issue. I don't think Tyson, he's just, he's
well, then ask
just,
for the statute to make sure
yeah,
that.
he's just checking the elevator to make sure that it's functioning.
Okay, so this all tech bill, no, all tech's the one to bring the phone on. And it says elevator phone, so I've got the right one with the right paper. So you're talking a little under 2,000 now. I was putting
So
this
to bring
together
it,
twice.
800 and something?
To bring the phone line to the closet.
Oh, is it
Maybe
that's like
it's just
something?
an argument, no.
Is that sure Sunny's?
Yes.
Process? Is that like
Yeah, just-
Sunny's
Yes.
side of it?
I just had
Oh,
some
I
questions
didn't-
that I couldn't answer, and I thought
Okay.
her concerns were very valid, and it's something I can learn. I just. With that, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay. So Fred, I had got a call last week from someone who was asking me, and they were not happy that their name was in the paper for delinquent taxes. So they had bought a piece of property at tax sale last fall. And that's, I believe, the one that, I mean, they knew they were gonna be paying back taxes or something like that, but then the piece that was in the paper, they say they never received anything on that. And so I think they came down here and talked to a couple people, but I was just curious kind of how that process works with when someone is purchasing something at a tax sale. And then like the time frame it takes to get the name turned over into their name. And then if this person didn't receive this most recent tax statement, you know, is that something on our end that I just need information. If you have anything that I need to know.
So we're both new, that's just to make that clear.
Yeah.
And we weren't here at the last tax sale, so I can answer all of your questions, because I have researched a similar situation recently. I just want to put those two things out there.
And this, all this stays anonymous to
Sure.
people, just,
Right, yeah.
I'm speaking about processes.
Right. So on a tax sale, the appraiser's office should change, when we get the sheriff's deed in, we should change the property to the new ownership. That will be done in our tax year that we're working on. So say we're probably, since it's a tax sale, we might even be talking about 2020 taxes.
Because I think this
correct?
was this August or September of 21?
August of 21 is when the last
Right.
sale.
Right.
So for 2022, for the person that you requested, we have them changed in our system. So any new information that we certify in the clerk's office for the tax board should go up under the new name. Once, as it comes to the tax sale, that's kind of out of the appraiser's area. Once we certify values, and then they start assessing the mill levies, that's out of the appraiser's purview. It gets in the CIC, and we made changes in CIC, but it's through an abatement process. The tax sale, and by what you said, I'm guessing that Osage County doesn't. The person who buys owes those delinquent taxes.
My understanding.
No, okay, that's.
When you buy it for whatever you pay for it. The delinquent taxes are wiped off.
Yeah, so those taxes, they never even should have gotten a statement, they never even
Right.
should have gotten put in the tax roll, it just should have been wiped at the,
Right.
probably the treasurer's
Okay.
level. The clerk's never done anything, because that would be a tax.
And she was asking me multiple questions,
Right.
so I might have gotten that information.
That's fine.
I misunderstood
Right.
that part.
But we do have it in for you, in the value that we have going forward from 2022 is just like
Mhm.
for the other question you had asked.
Yes.
Check on.
Okay.
Okay, so a couple of things. What was published on this paper was only for 2021 taxes.
Okay.
The last tax sale that we had happened in 2021. The process of how it all goes through the sheriff's deed and all of that stuff didn't get to the treasurer's office until about November 6th. At some point in November, we produced tax statements.
Right.
If I had to guess, because those tax records are not updated yet, they didn't get a new statement, which is one of the issues that we've had a couple of people come in and say, why didn't you send me a new statement for my 2021 if I owed? Well, you probably got missed from a timing perspective, would be my guess. Doesn't make it okay, but that's my guess. The question I had asked our counsel was if the sale is pulled and taxes are calculated through a date in, let's say 2020, because you have to go through all the court system and
Right.
everything, but we don't have the tax sale until the next year, who owes the taxes for that time period that's not in the legal document, but are owed, and the new owner doesn't own it yet?
Right.
That is supposed to be part of what is abated with the tax sale. So if the sale is 2020 information, we have a sale in 21, then, you know, the new owner would have responsibility. And it is my understanding that when the sheriff does the sale, or when the sales have happened in the past, that they tell the bidders that you are responsible for the taxes from the point that you become a property owner. So whether that's April, October, whatever
Okay.
timeframe you owe for that year when you are now the new owner.
So on the day that it sells,
That's not the day that they get deeded as the new owner.
so the question is that time frame when, so the sale happens on August 21. When would those individuals that had bought at that time, when would their responsibility start?
for owing taxes. So the sale happened in August, specifically this last one, the sale happened in August of 21. Deeds were not done and nothing got to the treasurer's office until November, early November. So my guess is they didn't get, the new owners didn't get tax statements.
Okay, so that was my question.
There's the timeframe.
So that was my question, because she had said, I would have, and I know this person, so I saw several people's names in the paper that surprised me, and that's why I called you that one day, and I was like, no, I'm seeing, anyway. This person had said, had I gotten a tax statement, I would have.
Right, and again, I wasn't here, but my guess would be the tax statements were already in production by the time that information got up to the treasurer's office, and they got missed. They weren't in the people's names. The other thing that we had was why, because I'm posting these now, 2020 is not taxes that were part of the legal tax sale.
Right,
But we write those off because we didn't physically have the sale until 2021.
right.
So even though what we put in the legal documents was, let's say, 16 through 19 back taxes, they actually get the benefit of 20, but then the tax sale happened in 21, they're responsible for 21. I did talk to some other treasurers, because this happened right before I went to the symposium, and they will, when they get that information, they actually send letters that either say, thank you for paying, because some people would have already come in and said, what do I owe, and to pay, or here's what your taxes are, but it's all kind of that time frame of when we get the information from the sale to when tax statements are out. So I think going forward that's just something to be cognizant of. And it will just be more of a manual process to say, here's your tax statement for this property you just bought, tax sale, this is your 21 taxes you owe, or whatever. Or maybe they sold it and it's the original owner's name.
Or maybe even some wording at the auction saying, there is a time frame issue here. You might want to visit with the treasurer's office and see what you will owe for this year.
Well, in addition to that, maybe we want to plan and schedule the tax sale in a manner that gives enough time for that intermediary time to where everything gets done before the next statements would go out. So that's for anyone involved in that, whatever departments are involved, that would not be that would be a recommendation to us when you think it's ready for a tax sale, and we need to know from anyone involved, when should we plan this to give everyone the time they need to do their part before statements go out. So if this person, they came down and they wanted to pay under protest, but they weren't able to because they missed the time period or whatever. That's just a timing issue also.
So if you can pay under protest at any time you pay.
Okay.
So if they come in and make the payment and tell the treasurer they want to pay us under protest, we will process it here.
Okay. What they might have missed is the 22 assessment going out on that property and the 30-day window to protest then.
Right.
I doubt they'll
Yes,
have to
that's
wait.
it.
I
They
think
have to-
that's-
Yeah, they would have to do the payment under protest if they can do that. And my advice on that is if you're going to pay your first half, do your payment under protest, and then the second half will be reduced or even maybe negative depending on your judgment.
Okay. Well, I just thought I'd use it as a learning lesson for myself.
I learned a lot
Yeah.
through it.
Because I try to answer questions, but I had told this person, I said, I don't know the answers, but I'll try to facilitate a conversation to learn and see if there's anything I can.
Yes, I think 2 lessons, the timing, and then if we are, even it's probably just a courtesy, but I do think what I couldn't find is any documentation, let's say the bidder had to sign off that they understand they're responsible for this, that, and the other thing, and that may be something that we need to sync up better on our side too.
Right.
I do think that there was some stuff spoke about the day of.
Spoke about is not.
Well, I understand, but I do
Right.
believe that, I think it was Pat had some information. It was either Pat or maybe Chris
Yeah.
read it, but I believe there was some information verbally given. But document wise, I don't know what would have, maybe.
And the handout is always better because then they can
Right.
be like, oh yeah, I need to check on this instead of just.
Well, and maybe that's something for the next one, that have a checklist for the buyers of, here's what's going to occur in this transaction, and maybe some sort of a timeline, things that they need to check on, making sure that you know, we got our stuff done on our part. I don't know, I'm just brainstorming to make it a better process. So,
Always room for improvement.
you have,
There's always room for improvement.
yeah, I mean, and it's like I said, it's learning lessons, it's not about pointing fingers, but it's about, okay, this is something that we need to do better on. And, you know, what can we do, so. All right, that was all.
Okay.
Thank you.
She said she's still waiting to find out from KDOT about whether, how that would be paid.
Okay.
And then, so Jay and I have been corresponding.
Okay.
I asked him which vehicle that was, because I was gonna try to match it up, and he told me, and so then he asked if they were changing it, and I said they were adding something for steering, so I took a picture and sent it to him. And I said, it looks like, to me, it's for both things, like they put, this is the transmission that you've already talked about, and now they're adding the steering. He thinks that's maybe two, but he said he will be there here Thursday, and he can take a look at it. So we'll just, yeah, and then I'll go back and see what the other bid was for.
Yeah, I don't know where
Okay.
to come up with a steering thing, so.
And then Thursday, is that just payroll and bills?
Yes, unless there's something else, like you might discuss this or something else. Like
Yeah, I have an appointment to Topeka at 11:20, so, I mean, I'll have maybe an hour or so that'll. I can do that. Okay, Fred, do you have anything?
No, I don't.
Okay,
So
do you have anything else? Then
I move to adjourn.
second. All in favor, say
Aye.
aye.